Good evening all. On behalf of Council, I recognise the traditional custodians of the land and pay tribute to elders past, present and emerging. As councillors of Ku-ring-gai Council, we should always be aware that decisions we make affect the daily lives of those we represent. Let us all make decisions with knowledge, goodwill and respecting the view of others. Before we start tonight's meeting, I would like to outline a few points regarding this evening's proceedings. Tonight's meeting will be live streamed on the Council's website at www.krg.nsw.gov.au/live stream. Only councillors and council staff will be shown on camera. The webcast of the meeting is available on Council's website. The webcast will commence once the Mayor is seated and will cease if Council goes into confidential, where the public and the press are excluded, pursuant to Section 10A of the Local Government Act. Council meetings remain open to the public as observers, but in line with the Code of Meeting Practice, speakers will now address the Council at the monthly public forum and not at Council meetings. For more information about addressing Council, please visit our website www.krg.nsw.gov.au. All present tonight must refrain from engaging in disorderly conduct, publicly alleging breaches of the Council's Code of Conduct, or making other potentially defamatory statements. Councillors and Council staff must declare and manage any conflicts of interest they may have in relation to any item of business that is subject of the meeting agenda this evening. Apologies, we have all councillors present this evening. Director Marshall, staff apologies.
Mr Mayor, the General Manager is an apology. He's caring for a family member.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. Councillors. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Marion Street Theatre for Young People.
So
I'm no longer a board member, however, I will not be voting on.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Also concerning the sponsorship applications and the Main Street Theatre for Young People, the president of that organisation I had the pleasure to befriend some years ago, Kathy Morecambe. It's a non-pecuniary interest, it's not substantial. I'll remain in the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon. And Councillor Kay.
Sorry, which GB is?
That's in regards to GB1.
Okay, I also have a conflict for GB1, so the council sponsorships application. So St Ives, Rotary, I have been a past board member as in just now, basically, and I have sat on the St Ives Food and Wine Festival Committee. So I will be leaving the chambers, and I believe that comes under non-pecuniary and non-significant. I also have another pecuniary interest, which is GB18, which is the Environmental Levy Grant Program. There's an application there from Wild Things, New South Wales. I also sit on that committee. In this instance, again, non-pecuniary, non-significant, and I'll be leaving the room also on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kay. Documents circulated to councillors. Director Marshall.
Mr Mayor, in relation to GB8, the proposed park bench installation, there's a memo from the Director Operations to the Mayor and Councillors. In relation to GB13, Ku-ring-gai Public Domain Plan, Linfield Post Exhibition, there is a memo from the Director Strategy and Environment dated 22 July regarding Linfield Avenue and Trion Road Streetscape upgrade, the impacts on car parking. There's also a memo from the Director Strategy and Environment dated 26 July about St Albans Church, Linfield driveway access impacted by proposed signalised intersection at the corner of Linfield Avenue and Trion Road, Linfield. There's also a confidential memo from the Director Strategy and Environment dated 22 July. Also about the St Albans Church driveway access impacted by the signalised intersection at the corner of Linfield Avenue and Trion Road, Linfield. And lastly, for GB 13, there's another memo from the Director of Strategy and Environment dated 26 July to the Mayor and Councillors, and that is a response to a submission by Jasmine Burford through Holding Redlick. For GB 17, the planning proposal and part 4 Pennant Avenue, Gordon, consideration of public exhibition and public hearing. There's a memo from the Manager Urban and Heritage Planning dated 25 July, and that is responses to councillor questions for GB 17, 26 July. There's also a memo from the Manager Urban and Heritage Planning dated 26 July, which is clarification of seniors housing rules for R2 low density residential zone. For NM2, Ku-ring-gai as a dementia-friendly community, there is a letter from the Honourable Jonathan O'Day MP, member for Davidson, dated 19 July supporting the notice of motion. There's also a letter from the Honourable Alistair Henskins SC MP, the member for Ku-ring-gai, dated 22 July 2022, also supporting the notice of motion. For QN1, contract for Norman Griffiths Oval and recent developments, there is a response to those questions from the Director Operations.
Excellent. Confirmation of reports to be considered in closed meeting. Acting General Manager.
Mr Mayor, there is a report C1, New South Wales Heritage Act 1977, and attachments 1, 2, 3 and 4. There are attachments to GB8, proposed park bench installation, attachment 1 and 2. There are attachments for GB9, RFT 12-2022 for Gordon Tennis Pavilion and Gateway Structure Restoration, attachments 1 and 2. For GB17, planning proposal for Part 4 Pennant Avenue, Gordon, consideration of public exhibition and public hearing, there is attachment 18, legal advice.
And I seek a mover and seconded that those reports remain in confidential. Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillors, confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. I need a move for those minutes. Moved Councillor Ward, seconded Councillor Alec Taylor. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Minutes from the Mayor, there are none this evening. Petitions. There are none in the business papers, councillors, unless you have a petition ready to be handed in. There be no petitions. I invite any councillor to nominate any item on the agenda that they wish to have a site inspection. Nobody up for a site inspection? Wonderful. Right, yeah. So I invite councillors to nominate any item or items on the agenda that they wish to adopt in accordance with the officer's recommendation, allowing for minor changes without debate. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you. So I'll start with GB1. All those who have declared conflict, if they could exit the chamber.
Before that, I'll withdraw that one so they don't have to leave.
All right. GB2, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Nye. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB3, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Alec Taylor. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB4, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB5, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB6, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Alec Taylor. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB7, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Smith. All those in favour?
I'll leave.
That is unanimous.
Sorry. I'll leave GB8.
I think that's wise.
I'll go on to GB9, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB10, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB11, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Greg Taylor.
GB12.
Oh, you don't want that one?
I'm sorry?
That's all right. I thought you were...
Oh, I'm sorry,
It's
I'm
all right.
sorry.
I'll
Should I
put-
start again? GB11?
No, GB11, yes. Seconded Councillor Kay. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB12, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Nye. All those in favour?
I'll leave GB...
That is 11.
Sorry, jumped the gun again.
G-
I'll leave GB13.
Oh, you can move it if you so desire.
I'm sorry?
You can move it as printed if you wish
I
to.
can?
You can.
All right.
It may be withdrawn.
Yeah, I'll move it.
Move,
If someone
yes.
wants to withdraw,
Withdraw.
thank you. GB14, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB15, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB16, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
All right, let's try GB17.
I probably don't...
No?
You can
Come
give it a
on.
run. You can, absolutely.
Come
Councillor
on,
Spencer,
we moved the other one.
we'll give
We
it a
can
go.
always withdraw it.
Councillor Spencer's moved
Should I skip it or should
GB17.
I move it?
Oh, move it. See what happens.
I'll move GB17, officer's recommendation.
Much to your surprise, Mr Mayor, I'll withdraw that one.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon.
So GB18, we have a declaration, isn't it?
Yes, unless anybody wishes to withdraw that, then I would ask Councillor Kay to depart the chamber for a good 10 seconds, potentially.
Okay, so GB18, officer's recommendation.
So that's moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
And she can come back now. All right, shall I proceed?
You can proceed, yes.
GB19, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Kay. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB20, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
Did you want to speak to him? Just 1 second, sorry. Do you want to speak to him? I'll just move on. All right. I'll move NM3 as printed. Seconder.
With Councillor Ward's withdrawn that one in M3.
All right, and that's probably about it then. I'm not moving NM2.
Would you like to move C1?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was going to. C1. I move C1.
So C1
As
is the...
printed?
Yes, as printed.
So NM4, should I just leave that, eh?
NM... Deal with C1, thank you.
You deal with C1, yeah.
Seconded Councillor Kay. All those in favour, C1. Thank you. That's unanimous.
All right, so I'll just leave NM4 unless... Someone wants to... Sorry? Okay. I'll move as printed, NM4.
Only the author of said NM can move that, so
Yeah,
Councillor
sure.
Taylor, if you would like to move NM4, I'm quite happy to second that.
Yes, I'm happy to move NM4 as printed.
I'm happy to second that one. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
You want to move NM3? I think that's everything.
That concludes it, yes. So, councillors, we move back to GB1. And we have two councillors that have declared a conflict of interest. Councillors Kay and Councillor Ward. Chris, can you put mine up? Can you put mine up? Yep. Councillors, the staff are just bringing up the new recommendations. It's just some minor changes there, nothing dramatic. So, councillors, I move as per what's on the screen, and I seek a seconder for that. This is a new sponsorship. Seconded, Councillor Wheatley.
Can I withdraw this? Was it too late?
I'd already withdrawn it.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a debate.
Indeed it is, yes. So, councillors, this is just some minor alterations where we've actually reduced the Wahroonga Food and Wine Festival by 4,000, St Ives by 1,000, and Marion Street down to 20,000. This gives us a figure that's a bit over budget, but not dramatically, approximately $5,000, in line with being fiscally responsible. So fairly straightforward. I really don't need to say too much more to that. Again, the sponsorship is yearly, so each person or each particular entity will apply again next year if they so desire. Again, you can see that the bulk of the money is spent in the arts and cultural sponsorship, over $5,000. Hopefully next year we will get more applicants. Obviously, as we roll out of COVID more, I would imagine more entities and more groups will come forward for sponsorship. As seconder, Councillor Wheatley, do you wish to speak to this at this point in time? That's okay. Councillor Spencer.
Questions. So I know you did say this is, and I'm familiar with this annual sponsorship awards as well. So this is annual because I'm concerned with Marion Street Theatre for Young People is not ongoing. This is a one-time annual.
Absolutely,
and
yes.
You have to put in an application again the following year. Second question is, can we have a breakdown of the arts and cultural sponsorship? Is that those three? You're just stating that the sponsorship has gone over $5,000, and that's the heading for
each,
the two below.
yes, for each category, yes. Yep.
Okay. And the same goes for event sponsorship. That's just a heading, and yeah.
Yep.
All right. Thank
Correct.
you.
Thanks, Councillor Spencer. There being no further, Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move as an alternate motion the officer's recommendation.
It's an amendment.
As an amendment, the officer's recommendation, and I seek a seconder.
Second, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you.
Councillor.
I don't have much to say on this. I know that the officer's recommendation does cost a little bit more. I know that it means that some of these organisations will have a little bit more. I suspect I know the outcome of the vote here, so I won't talk about it extensively, but I just want to have it proven through a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering.
As seconder.
Beg your pardon.
Wrong Taylor.
So I had the pleasure of attending one of the Marion Street Theatre for Young People's performances. I think it was last week, Red Dust. It was captivating, fantastic, and incredible use of Ku-ring-gai Town Hall's the facility there. I'd just like to go through a little bit of what made that performance so special. So it was Red Dust, and it was incorporating the young people's theatre school there with
relevance.
I think Councillor Taylor, Councillor Spence is trying to keep you to the grant funding dollars, I think is probably...
Certainly. Well, I can explain why this is relevant. So the 70,000 that they originally applied for is money would be spent to put into productions like the one that I'm about to describe. And I just want to make everybody aware that we will be missing out on this calibre of performance and production if we reduce their funding by their proposed 50,000, by 50,000 from their proposed 70,000. Am I able to describe the performance?
If you feel it adds value to the dollar value that they're requesting.
I mean, like Sam has highlighted before, I feel like I know where this is going anyway, so it might not be...
Sorry, who's Sam?
Sorry, Councillor Nye.
Councillor Nye.
Thank you.
I'm not sure how much it will sway other councillors' votes, okay. Well, so then I won't explain it. I just want to highlight that we will be missing out on extremely fine quality and national class productions if we reduce the sponsorship for Marion Street Theatre for Young People by so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be speaking against the alternate motion.
The amendment.
The amendment.
That's okay.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. But I've just got one question through to Councillor Nye. If he feels that his amendment was not going to be supported, I'm just interested to understand why he put it up, or did he put it up in the case just to go in opposition, knowing damn well that what was put up prior was fiscally responsible? Because I believe that Councillor Nye is very aware of our financial situation.
Councillor Nye.
Do you want a short? Okay, I'll try to answer. I do believe that the officer's recommendation is reasonably fiscally responsible. It is already a significant reduction from what was asked by the community organisations. The officers have tried to strike a balance, and they will have to seek the extra budget from elsewhere within the budget for the year. Specifically for Marion Street Theatre, I know that there may be support for a lower figure. However, I believe 40,000 will be helpful in supporting the organisation while it's not able to use its traditional home of the Marion Street Theatre.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Councillor Smith.
I'll leave it at this stage.
That's okay. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against the, not the alternate motion, the amendment.
The amendment, yes.
So I am feeling generous today. If I wasn't, I would then put in a foreshadow for Marion Street Theatre for young people as 0. And I'll tell you why. Now, there are new councillors, not really that new anymore, but who were not privy to some of the debates that went through over the last 4 or 5 years. So I would seek your indulgence for those who have been around. Now, Marion Street Theatre for Young People started out as a tenant of the building that belonged still is belonging to council. Now, when the building was deemed unfit, tenants move out. Now then, they asked for assistance. Now this is an exceptional case we've spent a lot of time, and I would ask a few questions from Director Watson shortly, that we do not compensate. I mean, if we do, there should be some reason, say for instance, road construction, resumption of land, and all those things. But a tenant that moves out, we don't then, recompense them or sponsor them or help cover their overheads if they can't survive outside. And there are many examples of such theaters around. They're privately owned. One example that's been raised several times before is the jazz company at Gordon Centre. It's a commercial one. They're paying commercial rates. Now, mind you, Marion Street Theatre for Young People paid a special rate when they were a tenant. Am I right, Director Watson?
Director?
Then they asked for assistance. So we gave them a one-off assistance in 2018. That was, I think, $45,000 for 3 years. And after that, they asked for assistance again. And then we said, fine, we'll give you $75,000. And that was it. And now they're back again asking for money. Now, we have debated this over and over and over again. We do not compensate former tenants. So if Director Watson could assist me by giving us a timeline, how long they've been a tenant of our building, whether Ku-ring-gai Council has anything to do with this theatre in its business, in its operation, in its management. Same questions I've been asking you for the last few years. And there you go.
Director Watson, I'm sure you've got all that under control.
And, I'm sorry, finally, do we offer the same sponsor to all our tenants? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll answer some of those questions, and I may have to refer to Director Bevan, who has previously looked after the portfolio. I've only looked after the commercial property portfolio for about 4 years, so Marion Street Theatre for Young People has in fact never been my tenant. I do look after that portfolio now, so when a tenant vacates a building, no, we don't provide any subsidies, even if it's because of poor maintenance or lack of maintenance or building quality. The usual practice, Councillor Spencer, would be to simply let a lease expire and not renew the lease. But no, we don't ordinarily offer subsidies. So it's been some years since they've been out of the building, and when they were in it previously, they were on a highly subsidised rental, yes.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Spencer, follow up.
Yeah, can you give us a timeline when, for the benefit of some of the people here that are unfamiliar, when did they move out from the building and so on?
Through you, Mr Mayor,
yes.
I'm advised it's in the order of about 2010, so it's some time now, Councillor Spencer.
Right. So, thank you. And he did say that we don't subsidise. And and I think I asked this question before. He did mention as well, they do not own a long-term lease. They're not holding a long-term lease. Like, for instance, a 2020 and 20 lease.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's my understanding at the time they were on effectively a holdover, so they had no lease.
Right. So it's a rollover.
Correct.
On a month-to-month basis.
Which
it's
was terminated.
ongoing. And since 2010, they have left the building, and we have been funding them quite a lot of money. So can I just clarify, how much have we given them so far?
Director Bevan?
A ballpark will do, though.
I think it's in excess of 400,000 over the years, probably about 430, roughly.
Mr Mayor and Councillors, it was in the report from last month. I can look it up for you, but it was in that vicinity.
Right. And I think we did spend some money on some studies as well, if I'm not mistaken. Some consultant studies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr Mayor and Councillors, that's correct.
Yeah.
prior to the
That's
plans
right.
for the building.
And that was about a few $100,000 as well. Am I right?
Director Watson?
Through you, Mr Mayor, there has been consultant studies done over the better part of 12 or 15 years. So certainly before the Marion Street Theatre for Young People vacated, there had been in the order of that much money spent. Yes, Councillor
All right.
Spencer.
So once again, have we done this for all our other tenants or former tenants?
Director?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. So I did say I'm going to speak against this amendment. For that reason, I do not think we should give them that amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Taylor?
Question for the relevant director. How much strain would...
Sorry, point of order, if I may.
Yes, Councillor Spencer?
Do we have 2-2?
Let me just check for you. So for the amendment, we've had 2 speakers for and 2 against.
So can I move that amendment be put?
Councillor Spencer is moving a procedural motion that the amendment be put. All those in favour of that the amendment be put now, all those in favour? So that is Councillor Spencer, Wheatley, Smith, Lennon, Nye, Pettit against. Councillor Taylor and Taylor. Okay. So now we put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of Councillor Nye's amendment? That is Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Simon Lennon, Councillor Nye, Councillor Taylor. Those against the amendment? Councillor Spencer, Wheatley, Smith, Pettit. That is 4-4. I use my casting vote to vote against the amendment. We move back to the original motion, which was the 85,000 in total. And are there any speakers that wish to speak to the original motion? Councillor Smith?
Mr Mayor, yes, I'd like just to speak to the motion. I think that it's a sensible and a quite a reasonable offering of money this council is giving to the different groups that we've got here. I think that considering that we've got so many other strains and cost efficiencies need to be made, we've still, I think, been quite generous, even going $5,000 over what we really should have been staying to. So for those reasons, I think it is important that we start to try and pull some of this stuff back into track, realise that we are here for the community. We're here to support the community, but at the same time, we're here to lead the community and make some hard decisions. So for that reason, I will be in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Spencer?
Thank you. I'm going to speak in favour of this motion. Now, because I'm feeling generous today. Now, I did say earlier in the other matter that in 2018, we did debate on this, and we said that $45,000 per year for 3 years, that will be it. And then after that, they came back for not another $45,000. This was last year, but for $75,000 for 3 years. And I think it was unanimous that we decided not to give them for 3 years, but we gave them $75,000 for 1 year. And then again, we said that was it as well, and let this new council decide on whether they want to carry on sponsoring Marion Street Theatre for Young People. Might I also add that the audit committee recommended a more transparent way of applying and for council to approve sponsorships. I believe I've spoken on emails and phone as well. I believe that comes under Director Marshall. Was it the audit committee? Very briefly, can you tell us in a nutshell what was the recommendation? It's for good governance, wasn't it?
Director Marshall?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The audit on sponsorships and grants did identify a recommendation that an overarching policy be developed to deal with grants, including developing a position on grants that might be presented on a one-off basis or outside of programs. That policy is currently under development.
Thank you. And also, sorry, not to put my friend on the spot, was Councillor Nye a member of that committee when this report was tabled or presented?
Director Marshall?
Minuted, sorry, whatever word you want to use.
Mr. Mayor, I'm quite sure Councillor Nye was on the committee, yes.
We're getting the nod of approval from Councillor Nye as well too, yes.
All right. So then I believe this is quite generous and quite fair. Thank you.
Councillor Alec Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to, with some hesitation, speak in favour of this motion. And I would just like to say that I think this program is fantastic for the community, and I think we should be in the business of supporting community events like the events that we've chosen here. But I also strongly agree with Councillor Smith and others that we need to be fiscally, financially responsible. And I was wondering if, Mr. Mayor, you would consider a minor change, and that is to increase the amount for Marion Street Theatre for young people from $20,000 to $25,000, and whether or not we could just make that small change.
Point of order, it's amendment or overshadow.
No, I'm asking if you would accept a minor change to the...
Yes, that's the correct way of doing it, Councillor Spencer. At this point in time, no. If you wish to go to 25, you'll have to put up an amendment.
Okay. I'm not going to do that.
That's
Thank you
all right.
very much.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Greg Taylor.
It's been brought up the fiscal importance of running a council. I think that's very important. I think we also need to remember that on the other side of the tenants or our finances is residents and community members that we're responsible for representing. And through an organisation like Marion Street Theatre for young people, it's extremely important that we remember that they're not just tenants. These are children of our residents, and they are extremely important to have representation as well. Many of our children, all children, they might do sports. They all need an outlet for their creativity and energy. Some of them might do sport.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Spencer.
The Marion Street Theatre for young people does not cover for all children in Ku-ring-gai.
The point of order.
Public service for
the
all
point of order probably
children.
you need to be is relevance.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all you need to say.
That's right.
Rather than having it speak.
Well, I got to call a point of order first before I can tell you the story, right?
No. Just the
All
point
right.
of order is all you need to say.
All
Simple as
right.
that.
Am I allowed to continue?
Indeed you can, yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, he has to retract that statement, though.
Sorry, what am I being asked to retract if I'm allowed to continue?
It's, okay, for him to retract the statement, then it actually has to be an act of disorder, which I don't believe he has. So we'll just stick to the topic.
I'm allowed to continue.
Indeed, Councillor Taylor.
Where was I? So, yes, Marion Street Theatre doesn't represent all young people in Ku-ring-gai, but they are an important demographic of our younger people that do need representing. And if we take this service and this funding away from them, then they are potentially to be of detriment because of a decision like this. I just wanted to highlight that it's extremely important that we think this way and consider this rather than just seeing them as tenants and solely just people that are using our finances. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Are there any further speakers? I'm quite happy to sum up. Everything that's been said tonight makes common sense. We would all love to have more money to be able to throw at all various organisations. Unfortunately, we don't. The Special Olympics Chase Fun Run. is predominantly for a lot of younger people as well too. Special needs, very worthwhile organisation. No doubt we would like to give more money to that. The Bobbin Head Cycle Classic, again, another very worthwhile organised event. We would like to give more money to that. Unfortunately, we can't give everybody what they want. So, councillors, I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion on the screen. That is Councillor Spencer, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Nye, Councillor Pettit. Against, Councillor Greg Taylor. Thank you, Councillor Spencer. I think most of us would like to have the power back on. Thank you, councillors, for waiting patiently while we dealt with GB1. We now move to GB8, which is the proposed park bench installation, and I seek a motion. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move a motion. The staff, if they could please bring it up onto the screen for me. I seek a seconder.
Once that's up, we'll get a seconder.
What is
The motion.
They're just getting that up now.
I'm happy to read it out for you if you like.
I think that's the one. Councillor Smith up on the screen.
That's it.
And seconded, Councillor Ward. Councillor Smith.
Okay. So, firstly, I'd like to be blunt. I've been very surprised with the amount of emails and commentary and concerns in relation to this park bench. And I think that this is a very good middle ground in basically getting people comfortable with putting something in that will not impact others. At the end of the day, we're putting in a park bench. It is in a quiet location. I visited the site. It's proposed to be put in front of the person who's prepared to actually fund this bench, and I think that it will be a benefit to the community, and I think that it should be given the opportunity, and I do feel that 6 months is a reasonable time to give it that time. And I'm sure if there's an issue, we'll definitely hear back from it, so I would hope to get everybody's support on this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. As seconder, Councillor Ward, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I did go for a drive and had a look around there and spoke to some of the residents. I've also spoken to the resident who objected to this park bench. I think the motion that's been put forward by Councillor Smith is a middle ground, and it will help both parties that we have taken a middle ground, and at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, we can take it out. If it works, then everybody will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Councillor Alec Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm going to speak against the motion. Having said that, I actually strongly agree with Councillor Smith and Councillor Ward that this is a good motion. It feels like a middle ground. I think the idea of a trial period makes sense. My problem is that I actually don't believe the community wants this. I don't think we have evidence to that effect. So my reading of the report before us is that actually 3 people were in support of installing this bench and 2 people were against it. I understand that 2 of the 3 people who were in support of the bench have subsequently moved. And the person remaining who was in support of the bench has not provided us with any further information, didn't come to the public forum and didn't provide us with a statement. I don't feel like there's evidence right now that the community wants this. I wouldn't be opposed to getting more evidence if there is genuine demand, but at this stage I don't feel like there is genuine demand for this bench to be installed.
Councillor Greg Taylor.
If we were to go through with this amendment and have a trial period, who would be liable for the costs of installing the trial bench?
Director Benasif.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the original proposal was for the owner of 1 Mariana to pay for the supply and installation of the bench. So if, based on the wording here, if Council approves this recommendation or this amendment, this motion, the resident will pay for the supply and installation, and if Council choose at a later stage to remove it beyond the post 6 months, based on the feedback from the residents, and then that would more than likely need to be reimbursed to the resident.
So just to confirm, the residents at 1 Mariana Close would be liable for the installation and the removal if need be?
Director?
No. So, through you, Mr. Mayor, 1 Mariana would be purchasing and paying for the purchase and installation. Council will be paying for the removal.
Okay.
Councillor Kay.
Okay, I'd like to speak against this motion. I've been dealing with some time about this alleged rainbow bench, is what it's called. I also have gone and seen the residents and spoken to them in relation to this. I've also gone and done a site inspection. In my opinion, safety seems to be an issue here, and straight away when I had gone to visit the site, I was like, there's something not right here. I've seen photos that have been supplied from, I believe, 5 Cassandra and 2 Mariana, who are very concerned. I've seen pictures and read correspondence from residents that show children, toddlers, unattended, cars on the road. I've seen delivery vans and other vehicles and marks on the nature strip, where I have a concern that if people are congregating near a permanently fixed bench, this would be inevitable that there would be an accident at some point. I know there may not appear to be, as per the council report, any reportable incidences, but that doesn't mean that incidents don't happen just because someone hasn't reported them. I know myself, if I ran up a gutter or a ledge, would I necessarily go and report that? Maybe not. Ever since the bench has been removed some months ago, the neighbours have been in a pleasant place. There are nearby playgrounds that the community can go to, so there are nearby playgrounds which unfortunately in COVID were closed, so people were unable. The particular residents of 5 Cassandra and 2 Mariana were concerned at the time and probably had a little leniency during the COVID period. But what really concerns me is there's one particular email from a resident who unfortunately was unable to speak at the forum due to being overseas and us not having the available technology. And she has stated here that ever since the bench has disappeared, life in Mariana Close has become quiet and our home feels like a safe space again. Please do not take this away from us. Now, as a councillor, I often have to make difficult decisions, but in this instance, when it comes to community and safety, this is not a difficult one. I find that I can't see the purpose of the trial period of 6 months because it still would put the community in an unsafe position for that 6 months. So I encourage my councillors not to proceed with the bench. I also would like to ask Director, through you, Mr. Mayor, Director Benasif, a couple of questions. Okay, so when we talk about the community consultation, Okay, can you expand on that? So was that like a letterbox drop? Was that just a regular flyer? Was it addressed to individual residents? Like, was it a personalised envelope? Could you please expand on how that was done?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, the letter is attached to your report. It's a letter to the resident, a general letter to the resident. It wasn't mail merged. It was hand delivered to all 14 properties. And those properties are also attached to your report with the ticks and crosses of who we believe supported it and who did not support the proposal.
Is
Thank
it
you, Director.
standard procedure for us, if we don't hear back from a resident, to classify that as, in this instance, approving the bench?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would depend on the notification purpose. For example, in the matter of related to traffic, in preparation for the traffic committee, we do put the line in there a little bit different to the line that's in this letter, but in essence, we do advise the residents that if we don't receive a reply, you're considered in favour of the proposal. However, like I mentioned earlier, it will depend on notification purposes. If we're consulting regarding a playground, for example, we're requesting feedback regarding items and infrastructure rather than a yes or no answer.
Thank you, Director.
I also would like to move an amendment, if I may.
You can, yes.
Okay, which is very simple. I like to keep it simple. That council does not approve the installation of the bench on the road. So the recommendation, but with the words, does not approve the installation, but I want to use permanent bench, if I'm able.
We'll get staff to put that up.
Thank you. Thank you.
And is there a seconder for that? Seconder, Councillor Greg Taylor. Councillor Kay.
Okay, so I'll be quick because I have spoken on the other. I've met with these residents a number of times. What concerns me too, and I like to be open-minded and hear both sides of every story, but I haven't actually heard from the applicant. So I never got an email or a phone call, which I would have been very much happy to go visit. So I can only deal with the information that I have. Going back to the purpose of the bench, I would assume that the purpose of the bench is for a harmonious community. That, you know, we're sipping around with cups of tea and coffee and everyone's laughing and happy. If that was the case, we would not be here having this discussion today. There would have been no objectors. Unfortunately, that's not the case, so I urge councillors to not approve the installation of this permanent bench for the well-being of the residents.
And as seconder, Councillor Greg Taylor.
In this instance, I'll reserve my right. Thanks.
I'll have a quick question to Councillor Kay. What happens if the bench was moved 50 metres down the road and it wasn't outside of number 1? Would you be happy with it there?
That again would come down to the residents. I don't know if you've
No. The question is to you. Would you be happy with it 50 metres down the road?
No,
is my question.
It's not me to determine. I do not live on that particular street.
No, the question again is to you. Would you be happy if it was 50 metres down the road? Yes or no?
I will not answer that question, thank you. And I reserve my right because I don't need to answer questions.
Interesting. Councillor Spencer.
I have a question to Director Marshall and probably to the relevant officer. So I'm going to send an email through, which if Director Marshall could read it, you are copied. All councillors are copied on that email as well. And if you could let me know if you have read it,
It's just an...
and then I'll proceed with my question.
Very good. Councillor Spencer, which part do you want read out?
No, I don't have to read it. I just want them to read it because I have a question.
Okay.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
He has read the email, yes.
Have you read it? That was quick.
No, I haven't actually, Councillor. I'll read it. Do you want me to read the whole thing, or
No,
which bit? Your response?
my bit
Okay.
and the mayor's bit. Good, thank you. I'll proceed with my question. Now, the question is that you have read my email and the mayor's email. My question is whether any councillor here tonight is being persuaded by the mayor's email.
Point of order.
Councillor Smith, point of order.
I believe Councillor Cedric Spencer is trying to,
Not trying, I am.
well, stating that the mayor's been in breach. So, which you,
A breach? No.
what do
I'm
you?
asking, my question is whether any councillor has been persuaded by the mayor's email. Anyway, in that
Sorry, I've just got to open
statement
up
says a breach.
emails. We just recently received a thing about looking at our phones, but I'll continue to email.
I'm sorry, I missed the part.
Sorry, I was just saying it's a bit of a circus. I'm just going back to stage one.
One moment, Councillor Smith.
Okay.
I think one moment, councillors. So your question is to all councillors.
That's right, because I will come back to Director Marshall and perhaps
There appears to
Jamie
be
Taylor as well.
there appears to be nobody responding to that. So
All right, fine, then I'll proceed with the question.
yes.
Now, Director Marshall, you may refer this to the corporate lawyer. If anyone is persuaded by that email, then that person would be in conflict. Am I right? And shouldn't be making a decision on this item. Basically,
The
what I'm trying to say
corporate
is,
lawyer will answer that question.
Councillors, I take Councillor Spencer to be referring to perhaps a line of analysis or evidence that relating to propensity, which, if this was a court and we were bound by the rules of evidence, might be an issue. But for a council considering a matter, it's really, you're able to take into account anything you think is relevant to matter before you, including relevant to what weight you might give pieces of information that come before you.
right, so the number of service requests, is that relevant?
Who's the question to?
Councillors, the relevance of that's really a matter for councillors themselves to weigh up. It's not apparent to me that it would likely be evident in its own terms, whether it puts any complexion on other information that you're considering is really a matter for you.
So would you say that the ability to make a decision has been contaminated by that mayor's email.
Mayor Councillors,
Is there a possibility?
It's not a. I don't believe it's apparent that there would be an issue of contamination of thinking, bearing in mind that the deliberations of council are really quite different from a court that's bound by the rules of evidence.
I'm not referring to a court. This is not a rule of evidence. I'm talking about fettering one's decision.
I think that's straying into a matter which I'm really not in a position to comment. That's really a question on which I'm not able to comment.
All right, fine. Thank you. Sorry.
Councillor Spencer.
If anyone feels that they have been contaminated or they feel that their decision has been fettered, then they should address it themselves and make the necessary declarations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Kay, I'll just go back to my question of would you be happy if it was 50 metres down the road? And I refer you to clause 9.16, where a councillor or a council employee to whom a question is put is unable to respond to the question at the meeting at which it is put, they may take it on notice and report the response to the next meeting of council. Are you happy if it's 50 metres down the road or not?
As I said, I don't need to answer that question. Thank you. I will take it on notice if
Thank you.
so choose.
Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I'll just try and pull this back into shape a little bit. We're talking about a park bench here, so I've just got a couple of questions I would like to ask Director Banasif through you, if I may. Director Banasif, can you please confirm when the rainbow bench first came to the attention of council?
Director?
Through Mr Mayor, I can't recall the exact date, but I can confirm it was late last year.
Thank you. I've got a couple more. So as I understand, you spent many months working with residents to find a solution, and it's clear that you have undertook a detailed notification to the residents, and the results included 3 responses for, 2 against and 9 considered in favour, as they did not respond. Is it normal protocol that council considers no response as in favour of a proposal?
Director?
Through Mr Mayor, I believe I answered that question earlier.
I would just like it repeated because it just doesn't seem to be listened.
It will depend on the notification or the purpose of the notification. A very similar protocol utilised when engaging the community in preparation for Ku-ring-gai Traffic Committee reports.
Thank you. Have you found this protocol beneficial?
Director?
Through Mr Mayor, it's rare that we receive objections from residents after the event who have not responded.
Thank you. So in this case, have you since received objections from the residents who did not respond?
Director?
No.
Thank you. So why then has the bench not been installed if the overwhelming majority of the community do not object?
Director?
Through Mr Mayor, the intention was to install the bench early in the year based on the responses from the community. I received a phone call from Councillor Kay, who asked me a number of questions and requested that the project be put on hold while she carries out her own investigation.
Thank you. Whilst I'm up, I might actually have a couple of questions. Actually, sorry, Mr Mayor, I would like to ask a couple of questions through you to Councillor Kay, if that's okay.
Fire away.
Councillor Kay, did the Director of Operations provide you with a summary of the community consultation prior to this meeting?
Councillor Kay?
I can't say that I recall, because the conversation, I could probably check with Director Banasif, was some time ago. So I did not have all the available information that we have in our papers at the time of my conversation with Director Banasif.
Sorry,
Safety was my main concern here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kay. I'll come back to you in a second. Director Banasif, back through to you again. Councillor Kay doesn't recall. So did you provide with a summary of community consultation prior to this meeting this evening?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I recall a conversation with Councillor Kay. She wasn't provided it in writing, but it was a conversation based on the community consultation at the time.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Councillor Kay, back through to you. Are you an advocate of community engagement?
Councillor Kay?
Yes, I am, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Do you not trust that council staff have provided you with the correct information?
Councillor Kay?
In relation to this matter, yes. I can't say that's always the case, but in this instance I do believe it is correct information. Thank you.
Okay, back through to Councillor Kay again. I suppose, explore a couple of identifying statements that was made, and I want to keep open-minded with this. Councillor Kay saw that there was a safety issue with this bench where we were proposing to put it again. Could she just elaborate on that, please?
Councillor Kay?
Okay, I've had emails and actually viewed photos of skid marks from vehicles, children unattended, that have come, and I've also seen racial slurs that have come towards residents. So I would not be aware whether Director Banasif would have been aware of those at the particular time, but I have witnessed and seen those. Well, not witnessed, sorry. I have seen the emails and seen the photographs. Thank you.
Councillor Smith?
Thank you. I'll leave that one alone for the moment. Again, I would just like to explore a little bit further just with some of the statements was made. Something was not right here. What's not right?
Well, I don't know if you've actually been there, Councillor Smith, but when you drive down there, you can see the positioning and vehicles coming at a high speed. It just doesn't look right. It's a corner where, in the middle of nowhere, there would be a random bench.
Councillor Kay, you were concerned about delivery vans in the street. Delivery vans are everywhere. So I'm just quite concerned. What is your concern with delivery vans? Because I think at the moment everybody in Ku-ring-gai has lots of delivery vans turning up.
Maybe you've misinterpreted, but delivery vans that are mounting the curb.
Are you saying that you've been there whilst delivery vans are mounting the curb?
No, I have emails from residents. I would not see any reason that the residents would be being dishonest in this instance.
Councillor Kay, are you quite often concerned where you see children unattended in Ku-ring-gai? Have you raised this as an issue before?
I do when I see a photo of a bench that supposedly people are meant to be sitting at, and there's water bottles on a bench and a toddler that's 2 or 3 years old that's unattended. These photos, they would have been emailed to all councillors, and you would have been able to see exactly what I am talking about. So yes, I am concerned about children's safety.
Thank you.
I actually did see those photos, and to be quite honest, I couldn't see anything wrong with them, but in any case, we'll move on from that. Running up a gutter. We've had cars running up a gutter. Director Banasif, can you maybe back through to you this one? How many streets in Ku-ring-gai have cars running up gutters when they're parking?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I couldn't answer that question in terms of numbers, but I would think it's not uncommon.
Can I clarify on that?
I don't need clarification, Councillor Kay, thank you.
No,
I'd like to clarify.
No, the question was to Director Banasif. He's answered it. Councillor Smith?
Councillor Kay, have you, when you parked your car, run up a gutter before?
Councillor Kay.
Which, when they mount the nature strip, as the skip marks of the pictures you would have seen, would have taken down any children or any adults, for that matter, that would be sitting anywhere near that bench or on that bench.
I would ask all councillors here tonight that have listened to this that everything that has actually been brought up about a bench around a seat, I would expect it to happen in any place at any time. So I'm quite taken back from some of the responses and concerns that Councillor Kay has in relation to a bench. But in any case, I'll wait to hear further debate. Thank you.
Councillor Lennon.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Director Bonassif, when did Council introduce this protocol by which non-response to a survey was considered to be support? We had a survey in our street in Gordon some years ago, which a majority of residents supported an idea. A minority simply didn't respond at all. Nobody opposed it, but Council interpreted the non-responses as being a lack of support. So I'm intrigued as to when this new protocol came in.
Director.
I can't speak on, through Mr Mayor, I can't speak on behalf of the entire organisation, but like I mentioned earlier, surveys will depend on the purpose of the notification. So we have been undertaking this type of notification for traffic. It wasn't up until about, I'm guessing here, about 2 years ago, but possibly 3, that we actually clearly stipulated it in the letter, in the notification, prior to reporting to the KTC. But it's always, in terms of the traffic committee, it's always been reported in that manner. But like I mentioned earlier, it's not a standard practice across the organisation. Pending on the survey or the notification that you received, I suppose that's a matter for the director or department responsible for whatever works was proposed. It could have been mine, but it just depends on the purpose of what works was proposed as well.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Lennon.
It certainly seems to me that we can't infer anything at all about a non-respondent. People who respond, we can certainly conclude their views, but I feel that the people who have not responded, we simply don't know. They might support, they might oppose, most likely they're simply ambivalent. So I feel that we have only the views of 5 households to speak to, and as we heard, perhaps that's only 4 or even 3 households. We don't know. I must admit I'm inclined to share the concerns, and they're not really the concerns simply of Councillor Kay. I think they're the concerns of a resident, and safety is a big thing. This is a quiet street, but sometimes quiet streets are the most dangerous because we think there's no traffic at all, and it's that occasional car that can kill someone. And I feel that once an allegation about safety has been raised, and the allegation here is that because this bench is a natural place for people to gather, people almost act as if it's a park. We have a couple of parks nearby where people can congregate, and the allegation made, to my knowledge not contradicted on the evidence, is that this becomes a catalyst by which children are left unattended. And I feel that once that allegation is made, we need to err on the side of caution. And in the absence of further evidence, I'm inclined to share the view that we simply cannot approve the installation of the permanent bench on the evidence to date. I welcome any more evidence if we know that this is safe, but at the moment we have the concerns not simply of any number of councillors, but of residents. And if this seems a big deal over a single bench, well, it might be, but when something's important to our residents, even a small number, then it's important to us. And I think we should share the concerns of some local residents over the safety of children and indeed of adults. So I'm inclined to support this proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon. Before I go to Councillor Smith, Director Bonassif, if you read the amendment where it says Council does not approve the installation of a permanent bench, could Council install a temporary bench then?
Mr Mayor, by reading that, I would interpret that as there'll be no bench being installed, whether it's temporary or permanent or fixed.
That's okay, I just thought I'd throw that out there. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I would like to speak against this amendment. I believe that Director Banassif's job's become very difficult if you can't put a bench in. We've got a bench which has been proposed in a quiet street with children that walk around the bench. There's drink bottles there. There's delivery vans that turn up. We haven't had any incidents there. We haven't been reported as accidents. We've got what you would consider a very quiet street with a bench that a owner is proposing to pay for the bench to put it in there so that possibly somebody can sit down. Now, we've got a big problem in Ku-ring-gai if we're not going to accept benches. Like we've got here, for instance, I've got councils here at the night that are proposing, have got ideas that we can turn certain locations into sports fields and sport ovals, yet they're not prepared to put a bench in a back street. Are we serious? So for those reasons, I'll be very much speaking against this amendment. I feel that it's gone through a process that really shouldn't have been challenged. It was. It's been given more than enough time to air its concerns, and the concerns that were given to me tonight by Councillor Kay, I found to be quite ludicrous. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'll be speaking against this particular amendment. I think what was first put forward as a motion, where we do have a trial period, will give us the best outcome, so we can consult our residents further, 6 months' time, and hopefully all will respond, whether it be for or against the bench. Then that way councillors will have a definitive set of data to deal with. I'm sure that would please all concerned. So if there are no further speakers with this amendment, I put that amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Spencer, Councillor Kay, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Nye, Councillor Greg Taylor against. Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Ward, Councillor Pettit. The amendment becomes the motion. All those in, as mover of the motion, Councillor Smith, you get to sum up.
I'm struggling to sum this one up because it is a very straightforward process. We've got a small neighbourhood in a quiet back street with a neighbour who's proposed to pay for the cost of a bench to be put in front of them. In front there, so that people and children or somebody that wants to sit down can sit down at a bench. And what has been put forward here tonight as being reasons and concerns could be said on any street in Ku-ring-gai, and you could raise this. So we should, if we're going down this line, Director Banassif is going to be ripping out a lot of benches right throughout Ku-ring-gai. So I'm very surprised and taken back by some of the councillors this evening. But in any case, I think that their decisions may have been made before we were here tonight, so I'll finish with that.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. So all those in favour of the motion to get rid of the bench? Councillor Spencer, Councillor Kay, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Nye, Councillor Taylor against. Councillors Wheatley, Smith, Ward and Pettit. The bench goes. We move to GB 13. That was withdrawn by Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move a motion that can be put up on the screen. For GB 13. I'll start reading it. We move that the Ku-ring-gai Public Domain Plan Volume 2, Linfield, be amended to reflect public feedback regarding train station...
Councillor Nye, who's we?
Oh, okay.
Because you're the one moving it. Unless there's more of you.
I'll say I move, seconded by Councillor Alec Taylor. I move that the Ku-ring-gai Public Domain Plan Volume 2, Linfield, be amended to reflect public feedback regarding train station and shop accessibility.
Councillor Nye, you don't have to read it. I'm sure we can all read it for ourselves.
So it's all up there, point A, 1, 2, 3, and then point B is that we adopt the Ku-ring-gai Public Domain Plan Volume 2, Linfield, as attached to the report and amended.
And is there a seconder for this? Seconded Councillor Taylor. Councillor Nye, if you care to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I think this has been quite a while coming. I understand that we as council, we were going to consider this item one year ago, July last year, but then it got deferred. So it's great to see that it's finally come before us as council following the public exhibition. Now, sometimes as councillors, we, especially ward councillors, we are much closer to the ground than and much closer to the residents who use the facilities in the local area than what staff may sometimes experience themselves. And sometimes that means that as councillors, we will see situations where we believe that a small tweak may be required. Just thinking a few months ago, we had the case where staff recommended that we keep a cycleway along Gilroy Road on Turramurra. And on that occasion, I listened to ward councillors, what they wanted to do in that area, and I wanted to respect their decision to have the cycleway removed. Similarly here, we know that in the Linfield Town Centre, the public domain, especially along Linfield Avenue and Trion Road, we've been informed that we're going to lose 36 street parking spaces as a result of various changes that are being proposed. Now, I'm actually supportive of most of the changes being proposed because it does lead to safety elements, it leads to environmental benefits, and I do believe that there is quite a significant amount of parking capacity within the Linfield Town Centre now that there have been additional visitor parking spots provided beneath IGA and Harris Farm, and now that the Linfield Village Green has been built. However, one thing that we do need to consider as councillors is how do we encourage our residents to meet their net zero targets? How do we encourage our residents to actively use public transport? So one concern that I've had, and I know that other residents have had, is if we implement the public domain plan as it is, or as was indicated in the recent Linfield and Trion Road streetscape upgrade, which is coming to us in the near future, if that was implemented, we may lose 36 parking spots, but also, more importantly, it will be more difficult for residents to quickly drop off their kids or their elderly or anyone right outside the train station so that they can hop on the train. And we know what happens when we make it more difficult for people to catch public transport. They'll start thinking, I know Killara or Roseville station's further away, but it's more convenient, so should I go there instead and burn more fuel to get there? Or they might think, you know what, maybe I should just drive all the way instead of encouraging public transport use. Now, what we're talking about here isn't a significant change. We were going to lose 36 parking spaces, but I'm suggesting here as A.1 that for the 3 parking spaces that currently exist along a 64-metre stretch between Trion Road and Kosher Lane, that we retain 3 parking spaces somewhere along that 64-metre stretch. And I believe that it can be done safely. Likewise, with A.2, for the 16 parking spaces that we are losing to the proposed installation of trees, I propose that we have slightly less trees, but we have a few additional parking spaces there so that residents can drop off their family members easily so that they can easily catch the train, especially at the southern entrance of Linfield Station. I know that traditionally some councillors don't necessarily believe everything I say, but I am very firm on this, and I know that the residents of Linfield will be very firm on this. If we do not retain options for people to get off easily, to catch a train or be picked up, then it will be much more difficult. I've had discussions with the Director of Strategy about alternate options for train station pickups. We've said perhaps we could do Havilla Lane on the other side of Linfield Village Green. We've said perhaps we could do Trion Road opposite Linfield Village Green. But in both of those occasions, it's much more difficult for residents to get on the train, dropped off, all that sort of stuff. So I would encourage all councillors to support this. If this is implemented as described, we are getting back 8 out of the 36 parking spaces. So it's not a large number, but it will make a massive difference and be appreciated by all Linfield residents. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, a seconder.
I'd like to reserve my right, thanks.
Thank you. I'll have before you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Nye, when I read this, it says 3 short stay parking spaces should be retained. Do you want them or not? Say, you need to be precise. Should means maybe, possibly, could be, possibly should be. Do you want them or not? Make it precise.
I want it, so let's amend it to say will be retained.
Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback, Mr.
Now,
Mayor.
point 2, you're saying opportunity should be investigated. Again, it's not definitive. It's leaving it up to somebody's interpretation whether they want to or not. So maybe you want to definitively say that you want 5 drop-off spaces to be retained.
I'm happy to make that change if the council staff are comfortable with that approach instead. I'm careful to differentiate between what goes into the public domain plan versus what goes into the detailed Linfield Avenue and Trion Road streetscape upgrade, which will be reported back. So that's why I chose that particular wording, but I'm happy to change it to say that there will be 5 drop-off spaces or short stay spaces under point 2.
Thank you. And again, in point 3, you're saying it is noted that the above changes should be reflected. Do you want them in there or not? Make it definitive.
Okay, let's make it definitive. Let's include it in. And thank you for your constructive feedback, Mr. Mayor.
So basically saying the above changes will be reflected. And point 2, you might just want to check that wording, that get rid of investigate opportunities and just say retain 5 drop-off. There you go, that's pretty definitive. No shoulds, no possibly maybes. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for clarifying a couple of those points, because I was too struggling to see what, if, maybe. But in any case, I would just like to ask Councillor Nye, did you go out to public consultation on this?
Councillor Nye.
Can you please clarify that question? Did I go to public consult?
Did you carry out some form of public consultation in relation to what you've just put up?
I've done my own, not the official public exhibition, but I've done my own set of conversations with various residents.
Could you expand on that?
I don't think I need to. I understand what you're trying to do. It's making this meeting a lot longer than it needs to be, but I don't believe I need to answer every single question just to satisfy.
Councillor Nye, I think it's quite important, because basically what it is the staff have gone out there and have actually done a public consultation, feedback, and they've put something forward. So I'm very open to the idea of everything you're putting forward. But what I would like to understand is how you pulled this information together, and B, how you support that information, just so as you're asking this council here this evening to move forward and to change something where we've got town planners, traffic management professionals, which I don't believe that you've got those qualifications, but as I said, I'm quite happy to explore those. So I'm just asking some questions to understand what the feedback was, how much feedback you received, how many people you had spoken to, just to give this council some confidence in supporting your motion.
Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I have consulted the community through a number of methods. One such method is residents who I know live in the local area, as well as people who get dropped off in the local area. As you know, we had the local council elections in December last year, and as part of the council elections, it involves standing in front of train stations, particularly some of these entrances here at Linfield, and talking to residents. Secondly, I've also spoken to some of the shopkeepers, and thirdly, also, this has been a long debated topic, not just this year, but also last year in the lead up to the initial public exhibition back in around March of last year and also June of last year. It was much debated in various forums, including Facebook. And fourth, I had another point, but I don't quite recall it at this point in time. But there have been various forms of consultation, and I dare say I've consulted with the community more than when we made a decision on Gilroy Road, where we would have received similar types of consultation. We, as 10 councillors, most of whom don't have those necessary qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So, from what I understand is when you were campaigning, you put your town planning hat and your traffic management hat on. I'll just try and make this question really short. How many people did you consult with?
Councillor Nye.
It would be over 100, getting feedback from them.
During your campaign?
During the last 15 months. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Just before I go to you, Councillor Spencer, I just might have a question of Director Watson. Is it normal practice that councillors go out and do their own, how would you say, surveying of shopkeepers, business owners, etc., etc.? Is that something you would take on board as far as producing the report?
Sure, yeah, Mr Mayor. It would not be ordinary in the preparation of a council report. We would, and we did in this case, put together a formal consultation strategy which we followed. But I don't think any of my staff, and I'm certainly not naive enough to think that councillors don't look for advice and opinions from other places. It's a question of how much weight should be placed on effectively what's uncontrolled solicitation of views that don't necessarily have the background context and information support that a formal consultation program might contain.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Nye, were the questions that you asked, which we don't know at this particular point what they were they similar to what staff actually asked when they did their community consultation, or were they different?
In some ways, yes, in some ways, no. So where it is similar would be when staff went out to consult, they use particular documents, diagrams, things like that. And for many residents, I would base conversations based on those said documents. However, for other situations where we don't have all the material before us, I would have to verbally describe what is being proposed, and in those cases I would be seeking feedback on what they think of what's most appropriate in those circumstances. But I also note that I feel like there's a lot of picking and choosing here. That I feel like I'm being targeted on a certain thing, but on a different matter, it would have gone another way.
Councillor Spencer.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, please. What is and this is to the relevant
director, yes.
Director. What is the substantive outcome that will result from the amendment in relation to the number of parking spaces?
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr Mayor. I think the resolution the amendment is fairly clear, the motion, sorry, in that it requires me to put back X number of spaces in one location and 6, I think it is, in another. As I
You're referring to Councillor Nye's motion, right?
Yes, Councillor Nye's motion. So you're currently losing in various locations 36, and you put back, I think it is 9. So I think that's fairly clear. 8. So what I pointed out to Councillor Nye and Councillor Taylor last week was that both this plan and the plan that will subsequently come, the more detailed plan for Trion Avenue, Linfield Avenue, Trion Road, are both concepts, and they're subject to much more detailed consultation and design and approval with the various traffic management authorities. So as far as at concept level, I don't know that I'm particularly put out either way by this particular motion. It's only a concept. It flags a desired outcome. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
All right.
you,
Another
Director.
question. How far away is this? I have a general idea, but how far away is this this particular drop zone from Linfield Village Green?
Well, one of the drop zones is...
The car parks that Councillor Nye wants to retain.
Well, the 3 spaces is directly in front of the shops, which would be fronting Linfield Avenue directly in front of the Village Green. So you're only talking the depth of the shops away from the Village Green.
Approximately how many metres?
20, 25 metres, 30 metres. A little bit further if you're talking about access to the stairs. or lift.
Director Watson, Councillor Taylor, you've got an issue there with your phone? That's okay, just checking there. It's probably a little bit easy to see on the iPad, but anyway. Director.
Now the other location is immediately to the south of Trion Road on the western side of the road. Now in both locations what you have is a pedestrian crossing at Kosher Lane and a new signalised intersection at Linfield Avenue, Trion Avenue. So the predominant consideration there, Councillor Spencer, would be proper setback sight distances from traffic lights, turn lanes, things like that. So you've got, going south, you've got to consider a left turn lane into Trion Road, and coming north, you've got to consider a straight through lane and a right hand turn into Trion Road. So both of those, and the approval by the Roads and Maritime Services Transport for New South Wales of those particular facilities will determine ultimately whether or not and where those car spaces go. And also on the eastern side of Linfield Avenue, south of Trion Road, you also have a bus stop, which will again also impact the location of where parking may occur. So as I pointed out to the councillors last week in a number of emails, those particular considerations will ultimately take precedence over a desire to provide more or less parking. It'll be a safety issue determined by approval of traffic lights and pedestrian crossings by another agency.
And once again, how far away is that from the car park?
So we're talking about on the other side of the road from St Albans Church on Linfield Avenue, and they may in fact be some distance from Trion Road, probably closer to the Russell Street end, I would think, bearing in mind I'm looking at a concept plan without any dimensions on it. So that's a full block, potentially a full block from Trion Avenue, but we're only talking a couple hundred metres from the Village Green.
I'm quite familiar with this area. I believe Director Bonaciv and I did a site inspection there in relation to traffic and parking behind that Harris Farm. If you can recall, it's in 2018, and we put up some direction signs leading traffic because it was quite confusing. Director Bonaciv, can you remember that?
It would have been some time ago.
Yes, correct.
It would have been some time ago.
So it's 2018. So anyway, I'm quite familiar with this place. So my question is, are there any disability parking or drop-off zones for the station? Sorry, to the director.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, disability parking will be one issue that we are dealing with in the detailed design.
And you're required to under legislation, is that right?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct, and there's also disabled parking in the village green itself as well.
Right. And sorry, maybe this question is to the mayor. Could you recall that I voted in favour of the car park for one additional level instead of 2 to 3?
I believe that's right.
And I voted for another lift as well. So I think we should use the car park.
Indeed, and I think I supported that as well too.
Thank you. And of course, there's legislation there to provide for disability access and all those things. Thank you.
And just a follow-up question from what Councillor Spencer was talking to in regards to on-street disabled parking. Does this change that Councillor Nye is proposing, does that adversely affect the opportunities and options for disabled on-street parking? No, where we've actually saying... Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the 2 locations that Councillor Nye has picked out currently have no parking at all, so we're talking about additional parking to what's provided. So no, it doesn't compromise the provision of disabled drop-off.
No, thank you for that. There'll be no more lights on. Councillor Smith.
I appear to be up a bit again this evening. Mr Mayor, through you to Director Watson, when Councillor Nye put the, which I learnt through this evening, that he has both Councillor Nye and Councillor Taylor have been speaking to you in relation to this matter. If we were to support it, are there going to be challenges or concerns or anything you can think of that's going to make things more difficult in supporting this alternate to the staff recommendation?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, and to be fair to the 2 councils, I get questions from lots of councillors all the time and I try to give them as many answers as I can. The combination we've got in front of us tonight, this is the first time I've seen it, though they were broadly canvassed as part of a broader package of issues. The observation I did make when dealing with the councillors last week was that there is a risk that you give the community an expectation that something can be delivered that won't or can't be delivered. And as I've said, the risk with both of these issues is approval of traffic lights in particular locations and pedestrian crossings in particular locations which have standards attached to them in terms of sight distances. So as far as this is a concept, I'm not particularly offended. I'm still more than happy with the concept plan that staff have recommended, because the majority of people were happy with that plan when we went to consultation. And overall in Linfield, despite the fact we are losing some spaces in particular locations, there is far more spaces in Linfield than there ever has been in the past.
So potentially, Council, if we were to try and sort of push this forward, it looks like the staff recommendation one is conservative and closer to what could be delivered, whereas potentially what's been put up is selling a story, if we like, or putting something forward that may not be achieved, that just makes it more, what's the word, to the residents and the community that that we have not been on top of it and have put something forward that is very difficult to eventuate.
Director?
At the end of the day, I think I will be unapologetic that this is a public domain plan and is trying to increase the amount of space available to pedestrians in what is a relatively high trafficked area. at a railway station at what's effectively albeit low key, it's a bus rail interchange effectively, and we're talking about some fairly highly contested real estate within a block either side of the train station. So there's always going to be competition for cars. We think we have made adequate provision in the plans that we prepared. We didn't set out with the intention of removing more car spaces than we thought was necessary. We removed the cars that we thought we would need to remove in order to satisfy statutory approvals at a later point in time, statutory concurrences from particularly Transport for New South Wales, as well as provide a good pedestrian environment around the railway station.
Thank you. That certainly makes me more comfortable on that part, and I think would help many of us here this evening to understand what council does go through on a public consultation, and that what benefits there are allowing people to do their jobs and maybe read the reports a little bit more before we go in there just to make some ad hoc changes. Thank you.
Following on from that, I would like to move an amendment which is the officer's recommendation, given what was seconded Councillor Smith. You've heard concerns from Director Watson. You've also heard from Councillor Spencer where we did put an extra level of parking in to get the cars off the street, to make it more pedestrian friendly. I think it's always best to see what the consultation was. We have heard from Councillor Nye, who's done his own straw polls around the various areas. We don't have the luxury of seeing that as councillors, and I think it's probably more prudent to go with the officer's recommendation at this particular point in time. Councillor Smith. It's okay with staff. Thank you very much, Councillor Spencer, for picking that up. Councillor Smith as seconder.
I'll reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kay.
I've got a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the relevant director, which I may believe would be Director Watson. Just to recap, so when we talk about public exhibition, whilst that domain plan was on public exhibition, how many people actually responded and put submissions in?
Director, that's possibly within the business papers, but I'll let you find it.
Mr. Mayor, I don't recall off the top of my head. Councillor and I did point out that unfortunately for various reasons consultation was a very, very long time ago, but all the submissions are detailed in the report. Community consultation. So we went out to E-News, 13,500 subscribers, Business News, 1,500 subscribers, put it in suburb-specific E-News, would have put it on the website, went to particular agencies. We had got 70 submissions, which are summarised in the table attached, and 67% of those rated that streetscape improvements as excellent or good, and 18 respondents rated them as neutral. So if you add the neutrals and the positives together, but the positives almost come to 70%, but you're almost nudging 90% by the time you add the neutrals and the positives.
Can we just elaborate a little bit on the neutrals?
You don't assume anything from the neutral. They didn't like it or dislike it.
So it's just...
Don't care. I think it's the ambivalent issue that came up in a previous item.
Okay.
We don't read anything into that
So I
usually.
would be correct in saying that we're talking 70 submissions comparatively to Councillor Sam Nye's 100.
And we would have gone to a much broader area. We would have gone to all of the local residents, not just the shop owners. The other issue I raised with the councillors last week was that it's easy to talk to the shop owners, but shop owners is only 50% of the stakeholders. The property owners may take a different view entirely of how they want their property managed and operated in the long term, particularly in the context of quite significant public investment.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. I've got another question, but this would be to Councillor Nye. When you spoke about the 100, just as an estimate figure, were you referring to just shop owners, or were we a bit of a broader brushstrokes there of your own community consultation? Thank you.
Shop owners would be a very small minority of that. Majority would be people in the community who actually use the area and who live there.
Thank you, Councillor Nye.
Councillor Nye?
Sorry, point of order, if I may.
Yes, your point of order.
You can't compare.
The point of order actually has to relate to the Code of Meeting Practice where that has been breached. So
That's right, it's misleading.
Can you point to which section?
Misleading information. I don't have the section in front of me, but it's not relevant, it's misleading to compare council's...
That's not a point of order.
It is misleading, it's a point of order.
Again,
Can you please look it up?
So I've permitted you to raise a point of order and state the provision of the code that they believe that has been breached. Can you point to that particular provision of the code that's been breached?
I don't have the code in front of me.
Okay, therefore no point of order.
All right then.
Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to speak against this amendment. Now, just going back in time to about 15 months ago when the public exhibition was first conducted, at that point in time, what was put out to the public wasn't what we're aware of now, isn't what's in this draft document now. It was something very different. It included a cycleway going all the way down from Heatherley Road, all the way past Trion Road, all the way down, in front of what used to be street parking all the way. That's all knocked out and replaced by a cycleway. And the residents were in furor. You know, they said, we don't want this, we don't want a cycleway replacing what would be very convenient access to shops, convenient access to the train station, etc. Now, we've partly listened to that feedback. We've delivered some street parking back instead of installing a cycleway, and ironically we've delivered the street parking in front of the shops which actually need it the least because they've got basement parking, and we've taken out the street parking in front of the shops which need it the most because they don't have visitors parking. If you look at, I know Councillor Smith loves reading, so if Councillor Smith read what was recently put before in a recent Streetscape exhibition, he would clearly see that there's a very significant section of green space in taking out what's currently 3 parking spaces in front of Linfield Avenue between Kosher Lane and Trion Road. Now, is that necessary? Well, of course it could make the area safer, but do you really need to have that full strip of 30 plus metres of green space there in order to satisfy Australian road standards for having appropriate setbacks from a pedestrian crossing? No, of course not. If you look at the very same document, further to the north in front of Harris Farm, the setbacks at a minimum are there. It's usually about 5 metres on the approach and 3 metres after the pedestrian crossing. So that there's definitely space here for the implementation or the restoration of parking spaces in front of shops and immediately outside a train station so that people can hop onto a train. I have concerns about the current version of the public domain plan. I do know that we built this Linfield Village Green with the intention that commuters can park there, but we do not build it with the intention of making life more difficult to drop people off at train stations. If you think about dropping off at Havilah Lane, what would that encompass? well, if you're on Linfield Avenue, then you'd have to turn left onto Trion, and then you have to turn left onto Millray, and then you'd have to turn left onto Kosher Lane, and then you're eventually on Havilah Lane, for example. We're not talking about a simple 80-metre distance between where you can be dropped off and where the train station is. We're talking about the cumulative effects on the Linfield town centre. If everyone has to drive around in massive circles just so that they can drop someone off to get onto a train. There are other ways around it, yes, sure, but I do believe that ultimately, with this public domain plan, it is a high-level concept. It can be put before Transport for New South Wales. It can be negotiated. And they're not going to look at it and go, because we disagree with one thing, we're going to reject the whole thing outright. They would see it as part of a negotiation process to explore the finer details and implement something that they are comfortable with. I know that a lot of residents have looked at this, and overall, this multi-page document, they focused on one thing or another, but I also know, having spoken to residents, that while they have focused on some of the big issues, they may have missed tiny ones like this, such as where are they going to drop off their kids or their other family members when going to the train station. And these are things that we need to consider as councillors. In an ideal world, we'd have multiple rounds of public exhibition saying, hey, have you considered this? Hey, have you considered that? But no, ultimately, we as councillors have been elected to apply judgment, to do as much research as we can and make sensible decisions. If ultimately everything was about having a public exhibition and then just following every staff recommendation, then there's no point for us to even be here. What's the point of having 10 councillors? But we have been elected to represent our people, to talk to them, to figure out what makes sense and to deliver results. And I know that if we implement it as here, we will have problems in a few years. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, I will be very much in support of the staff's recommendation. I put a great deal more value on a council's consultation than I do a councillor that, whilst he is canvassing for support during an election campaign, to come up with 100 or nothing that's been given to us or based on anything. It's just we're taking Councillor Nye's word on this whole thing. And to be quite honest, if Councillor Nye was a town planner, or he was a traffic management expert, or if he'd done anything in even civil engineering, I would actually probably place a lot more weight on this. But considering the fact that we've actually got staff here that are paid to do this, to put these reports together and to put something to councillors so they can read the reports and read the numbers, which some councillors seem just miss the numbers occasionally. We've got 70 to 90% support we're talking about of what's gone out there, and basically Councillor Nye has, sorry, I'm going to talk to this. I'm supporting this is because I can't talk to Councillor Nye. We're talking about the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation is something that has actually been put together properly. It's gone through a consultation period. It's been given the opportunity for councillors to work with the staff in relation to what's been put forward. And unfortunately, we seem to be in a stage where we're having councillors put up alternate things which really are not based on anything other than their ideas or their word. So for those reasons, I'll also be supporting the staff's recommendation. It's the only thing that we can really rely upon when we're sitting here making a decision this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Alec Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'll be speaking against this amendment for the simple reason that I live in Linfield. I visit this area that we're talking about every single day. I talk to residents all the time. I talk to shop owners, property owners. I talk to a lot of people. It has been my experience that the minor tweaks that Councillor Nye is proposing are vitally important to the community. That is my personal experience. I wanted to say thank you to Director Watson and staff for putting together this plan. I know there's a lot of work involved, and I know that the initial plan was contentious, and they have modified it greatly and improved it greatly. There are a couple of minor tweaks that will make a big difference for my community, the community that I live in and visit every single day. These minor changes will make a big difference. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you. In relation to point of order, I've got the clauses for you.
Yes.
15.1, 15.2, and 2.1.
And your question is?
No, I don't have a question. I raised a point of order. You asked me for the clauses, and I've given it to you.
I can read those to you. A councillor may draw the attention of the chairperson to alleged breach of the code by raising a point of order. A point of order does not require a seconder. 15.2. A point of order cannot be made in respect to adherence to the principles contained in clause 2.1.
Go to 2.1, please.
Again, you can't raise a point of order in regards to clause 2.1.
If you adhere to 2.1.
Yes.
So the questions did not adhere to 2.1. The discussions did not adhere to 2.1. Could you read out 2.1, please? Or
a point of order cannot be made in respect to adherence of the principles contained in clause 2.1.
Basically, you have to follow the principles in 2.1, right? So second paragraph, second line under 2.1, it says informed. Decisions are made based on...
Councillor Spencer, it says a point of order cannot be made in regards to 2.1. So therefore you cannot... Exactly.
To 2.1, that's right. So if you do not adhere to 2.1, you can raise. Am I right?
Refer to the corporate lawyer for that one.
Mayor and councillors, I take the provision of clause 15.2 in the Code of Meeting Practice, which is the clause the Mayor's just been referring to. A point of order cannot be made with respect to adherence to the principles contained in clause 2.1. It means that a point of order cannot be based on an allegation of non-adherence to anything in 2.1.
I'm sorry, where was that?
I'm just interpreting 15.2.
15.2.
Non-adherence to 2.1 is not the basis for a point of order.
I'm sorry, just as seek your indulgence, I'll just have a look at 15.2. You said non-adherence, but if you read 15.2, it says adherence. It doesn't say non-adherence. So basically 15.2 says you must follow 2.1. Is that correct?
Through the Mayor, a point of order cannot be made with respect to adherence.
That's right.
So adherence is whether or not 2.1 has been adhered to.
Adherence?
The policy basis for that is 2.1 are principles of meeting.
Yes.
They're not specific concrete obligations.
Right. So adherence means you have to follow 2.1.
I don't think I can make it any clearer than I have, Councillor Spencer.
Well, adherence. Anyway, I'll let the matter rest.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a great deal of sympathy for what Councillor Smith has been saying to turn our minds back to the relatively mundane matter of the amendment before us. I think that we have every reason to have full confidence in the process by which the Linfield plan has been developed and the process of consultation and so forth. But I feel like it's only 90% of the story. We are a representative democracy. And in a case where we have two ward councillors of the same view, I think we can respect their connectedness with their constituents in a way that makes me think we can tweak the overall plan. This is not a huge change, and I think we can respect the will of the people as expressed through their representatives. If there was a divergence of view between the two ward councils, that would be different. I would step back. But if we have a unanimity between the two, I'm inclined to respect our representative democracy and to defer to them. Thank you.
Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got 4 questions for Councillor Smith. My first question is, Councillor Smith, are you a town planner?
Councillor Smith.
Certainly not.
Thank you. Second question, Councillor Smith, do you have a traffic engineering background?
Definitely don't.
Third question, back in April when council staff, after consultation with the public, recommended that we retain a cycleway on Gilroy Road, why did you vote against it? Why did you vote to have the cycleway removed?
I don't think that's actually relevant to the particular, on this particular domain plan.
Okay, I'll ask my fourth question, and you may, I don't know, a few years ago when council staff recommended 14 stories in Linfield, why did you vote against it, despite the public exhibition and the staff recommendation?
I read all the material in relation to... Sorry, before we go down to this, it's a completely different matter altogether. One is regarding supporting something. One is making...
I think probably the relevance is a little bit thin there, Councillor Knight. Potentially, if you could rephrase that.
I think anyone watching this will understand what I mean, so I'll just leave it at that.
Councillors, there being no further debate on this particular amendment.
Last minute question. Can I do a last minute?
Councillor Kay.
Okay. This is to Councillor Smith, maybe to make it a little bit simpler. Do you always vote for the staff recommendation? I think that's what Councillor Nine was trying to say, but I'll be a little bit more direct.
Councillor Smith?
No, I don't. I do not. But one thing that I generally don't do is I don't go out there and do my own consultation. I do it through the reports what the staff have given me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kay. All right, so there'll be no further debate on this particular amendment. I'll put that amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, which is the officer's recommendation. That is Councillor Smith, Councillor Pettit against the amendment. That is Councillors Spencer, Kay, Taylor, Wheatley, Ward, Lennon, Nye, Taylor. Amendment is lost. We go back to the motion, which is Councillor Nye's motion. Any speakers on that? Councillor Smith.
I might just...
Councillor Smith, questions.
Sorry, yeah. I have a couple of questions. Through you to Director Watson. What the staff put up, the recommendation that was put up, it was a concept only. Is that right?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a concept only based on dimensions that we thought would comply with the necessary statutory approvals processes.
That was my next question. So the concept that was put up was to abide by the statutory regulations is what has been put up as part of the staff recommendation. Or that is no longer in the, sorry, I can't speak to the staff recommendation, is somewhat different now to what the staff originally recommended.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in terms of the two specific amendments put forward, I think one is far more problematic than the other, and that is the short stay spaces on the eastern side of Linfield Avenue between Kosher Lane and Trion Road. I do not think they are achievable.
Thank you.
So therefore I would like to put up an amendment removing point 1, which is the short stay spaces, which you've heard from Director Watson. And I seek a seconder for that. Seconded, Councillor Smith. Director Watson, can you sort of elaborate further on how problematic those short stay spaces are or were, depending whether we have them in or not?
Through you, Mr Mayor, they sit between a pedestrian crossing and the left turn lane into Trion Road, and the staff have advised me that because of the requirements around a pedestrian crossing and the traffic lights, there is not space to put those parking spaces in that location, and that is the only reason they have been removed.
Thank you, Director. So basically there's not enough room to put them in. If we put them in, would that be a safety issue?
Mr Mayor, given that those two items are subject to approval by Transport for New South Wales, that was why I flagged with the councillors the big risk here is you are giving the community the expectation that something that can be achieved, can't be achieved, in fact can be. Councillor Nye is correct. At this point in time, it is a concept, and I need to achieve some kind of outcome rather than none at all. This has been kicked around for far too long.
So, Director Watson, that would be giving the community a false expectation that these spaces could actually be implemented?
That is the strong advice that I have been given from my technical staff. Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Director. Councillors, I think that's logical to remove those short stay spaces. They can't be done and shouldn't be done. I think Councillor Nye, I think you could probably agree with that. You believe it?
I can't show this, but I can talk.
Councillor Nye, I will ask the question, were these diagrams done by yourself as a eminent traffic and traffic management and planner, or just by somebody else?
These are diagrams provided by someone else, an organisation called Austroads, and published on the Roads, Waterways, Transport for New South Wales website.
Did you engage those people to do that for you?
I didn't, but I believe it can be explored.
So, who paid for it?
It's publicly available information on the Transport for New South Wales website, which talks about the setbacks in the lead up to a pedestrian crossing and in the bit after a pedestrian crossing. These documents also talk about the required setbacks away from signalised intersections.
Director Watson, you might be able to comment on that. Who should we believe?
Through you, Mr Mayor, my staff would have relied on the Austroads standards, and I don't pretend to be a traffic engineer, but I do have a traffic engineer on staff. But we are talking about a set of traffic lights which have been conceptually approved only by Transport for New South Wales and haven't been approved in detail. So I'm not going to answer very specific questions about a set of traffic lights that have not been designed in detail and referred to RMS for approval. But what we have in a very short period of space of time there is, 3 pedestrian crossings, a signalised traffic light, and some widening of roads that aren't currently line marked for various movements. So, like I said, we're talking about a very short period of space. And when we do a detailed design, if we can fit some in, that's fine. But based on the information I have been given at a concept stage, my staff are telling me they won't fit.
And that's qualified traffic engineers within your department?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
And Councillor Nye, which traffic engineers did you use?
I'm using the Austroad standards. I'm also looking at the one of the Linfield and Trion Road Streetscape upgrade diagrams, which show conflicting bits of, interpretations. Like for the zebra crossing in front of Harris Farm, there's a 4 to 5 metre setback after the pedestrian crossing, whereas for some reason, for this other pedestrian crossing in front of Kosher Lane, all of a sudden 4 to 5 metres is not a desired setback. The setback needs to be closer to 35 metres. That does not make sense to me.
Councillors, I'll put this to you as a salient argument. Who do you believe more, traffic engineers or Councillor Nye? Who's got the most qualifications? Who are the experts in this matter?
I can answer that.
I'll defer to the person that seconded it, Councillor Smith.
I'll reserve my right at the moment, thank you.
Councillor Nye, you have the call. Unfortunately, Councillor Spencer, you'll have to wait.
So I've got a question first to the Director of Strategy, Director Watson. If we do end up submitting a high-level concept plan and discussing it with Transport for New South Wales, and it has some elements which they end up looking at and deciding are not possible, what would happen? Would they just reject the plan outright, or would they have a discussion with us to perhaps amend to make it more realistic in the detailed plan?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe that we would actually be submitting a plan to them that would get rejected.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. And then I've got a second question, but to the Director of Operations, who normally looks after traffic matters. If I were to tell you that there was a stretch of road and it's 64 metres between a zebra crossing or a raised wombat crossing and a set of lights, so there's a 64 metre stretch, would you believe that it's possible, based on that, to implement 3 short stay parking spaces and still meet the required setbacks for both the zebra crossing and also the traffic lights in a 50 kilometre per hour zone?
Director?
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor Watson just showed me, Director Watson just showed me the area referred to, the 65 metre length, and when we talk about 65 metres off the top of our heads, it sounds quite a long stretch, but when you come accustomed to the location and you start putting it in perspective, it does appear very tight. So I can't be here right now and confirm whether it can or can't fit. I won't commit to that, but I can assure you that it's very tight and will need some serious assessment.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Nye?
Thank you. I don't have more to add.
Councillor Alec Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm actually going to speak against this amendment. I respect the idea of modifying it and simplifying it. Unfortunately, my experience has been that the community highly values those short stay spots. They are highly used all the time, and they're vital for visiting shops like the chemist, which is an important establishment for the community. I very much would like us to explore those short stay stops. I don't think anybody here is suggesting that we would do anything illegal under any circumstances, and we're not asking for that. All we're asking is to please consider in this domain plan these 5 drop-off and short stay parking spaces and 3 short stay spots on the other side. And I believe that's probably why Councillor Nye's language in the first place was a little bit softer than it is now, was because we have an intent here to explore what can be achieved. So I'm against this amendment. I would still like to, get for my community a better outcome in terms of those short stay spots.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I feel that the community was very satisfied with the 70 to 90% report, so I think their outcome is pretty high. I know that what the Director Watson has actually put in front of us this evening is basically saying what can be achieved, what's realistic and what's not realistic. So it does somewhat put councillors in question why they would want to put something forward that doesn't operate. It won't work. It wouldn't be put in. Is this to get votes? I just don't quite understand it. It's been put here in black and white in front of everybody here this evening that Director Watson can't even really put that forward. It doesn't work, yet we want to write it up in any case. So why don't we just tell everybody they're going to get rainbows and hell? Let's put park benches there as well. Sorry, park benches are dangerous. I think it's very clear that the community is satisfied with what has been put place, and I think that it is pretty poor if it's looked upon that we've got councillors that are in there trying to just literally amend and maybe appear to look like they're trying to satisfy the community when really there will be no outcome. So I think as councillors here tonight, we've got to be straight down the line and look at what's put in front of us and deal with it. And the fact of the matter is, the amendment that's been put in place here deals with that matter, and I think that it should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Taylor, you still have your light on?
Oh, beg your pardon.
That's quite all right. Councillor Nye.
Thank you. I would like to speak against this amendment, but first I'd like to make a comment. My job is not to win votes. My job is to represent the interests of the people in my ward, but also the interests of residents across Ku-ring-gai. So I object to a certain statement that Councillor Smith made. Now, secondly, on the funny topic of park benches, one of the features which you'll notice in this diagram is I personally believe that one of the main reasons why 3 spaces have been removed is the installation of new seats and bins. So we're back to park benches for a second time. But the reality is, most people looking at this diagram, most people comparing it to this zebra crossing here with the one outside Harris Farm, most people looking up the Aus Road standards which are available on the Transport for New South Wales website for free, most people who've looked at other parts of Ku-ring-gai and looked at the setbacks that are provided, especially when there are traffic lights or especially when there are zebra crossings, they know roughly what is achievable and what isn't. Now, I would personally be of the view, and based on the measurements here, I'm of the view that 3 should be achievable. But I'd rather propose 3 and within a detailed discussion with Transport for New South Wales have that reduced to 2, for example, because it's tight. I personally don't believe it's that tight, but if you do look at the diagrams, if you study it, if you walk it, if you go here day to day, you will see that what we're proposing is achievable, and it's got nothing to do with vote buying. It's basically to improve the quality of life for our residents in the area so that they don't have to loop around, do crazy loops just to drop someone off and then have to walk extra distance. We're proposing these things. We're not proposing the restoration of 36 parking spaces, only 8 or only 5 or whatever. But what's important here is we need to consider that sometimes, yes, a tree is valued, sometimes a bit of nature strip is valued, but what's even more valued, what's better to contribute to our net zero goals is to encourage people to be dropped off next to the train station so that they can access the train station. I'm just going to end there because I don't think anyone wants to hear me anymore.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Director Watson, did we remove the 3 spaces because of park benches and, you know, all that sort of street furniture?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's not my advice, but there is lots of park benches.
So the spaces weren't recommended because of park benches. Interesting. Very interesting. So, Director Watson, are these 3 spaces doable or not? It's pretty much simple as. Do you believe they're doable?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't believe that is the case, but whatever happens with this particular item tonight, Councillor Nye has already flagged that we're coming back with a report on the detailed design in a couple of weeks, and I will make sure I unpack this issue to the point where the answer is abundantly clear to everybody.
Thank you, Director. So we know the answer. It's not doable. So why put it in? We're actually over-promising, under-delivering. We've now increased the community expectation that those 3 spots will materialise. We've just heard it there. They're not. So therefore, I would hope that you support this amendment for common sense. We don't want to give our residents an expectation of something that will not be delivered. The 5 drop-off and short-stay ones make sense. I don't think anybody's in disagreement of that. But certainly, the 3, the traffic engineers have said no. Director Watson have said no. Councillor Nye, with his qualification, says yes. It's up to you to which you believe. So, therefore, I will put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Pettit. All those against? Councillor Spencer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ward, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Nye, Councillor Greg Taylor. The amendment is lost. We go back to the original motion, which was Councillor Nye's. And does anybody wish to speak to that hasn't already spoken to it? Okay. Councillor Nye, you have questions?
I'd like to change what is the motion. If it's got the support of this is the motion that we're talking about now.
Then you're going to have to amend your motion.
Are you allowed to? I thought you just changed your motion if that's what we're on. That's what we normally do. If someone else says, hey, I've got a suggestion, such and such and such, Councillor Nye, are you willing to incorporate? Then we incorporate it. It's not an amendment. We've just incorporated a change.
Let me do it, sir.
Okay.
There's already been a lot of debate on that particular one, so I would suggest you amend your motion.
Okay, I'm going to... would someone like to amend the motion to say, for example, Councillor Ward, would you like to...
You can amend your own motion.
Oh, I can amend my motion. I'd like to amend it to say, for point 1, we would change the wording to say that, that council will investigate the retention of up to 3 short stay street parking spaces. The retention of up to 3 short stay parking. The retention of up to 3 short stay street parking spaces, and then delete the will be retained. And similarly for point, we'll just leave point 2 since supposedly that's not an issue. Does someone support the amendment?
Seconded, Councillor Alec Taylor.
Right, thank you.
Councillor
I'm not going to speak anymore, yeah.
Councillor Nye, if we know that we can't do 3, why don't you just make it up to 2 spaces? Then it's pretty straightforward then, isn't it? You either get 1 or 2, you can't do 3.
I think after investigation we might potentially decide that 3 is possible. So if we say up to 3, then it does reflect that it's being investigated.
Director, is 3 doable again?
Mr Mayor, what happens if I investigate, I decide, no, you can't have any?
You get zip.
At B, you've already adopted it. I get crucified for investigating and doing my own thing.
My interpretation is that if we investigate and find out that it's not possible, then it's not possible. But we're saying here in the public domain plan that we will investigate having up to 3. It's not locking in up to 3.
Again, I go back to that perception that we're basically looking at putting 3 in again. It's not going to be a good look. But should councillors go down that path, fair enough. Any second to that, Councillor Taylor?
I reserve my right, thank you.
Councillor Spencer?
Look, I'm going to speak against this amendment. I supported the original motion. I think this is becoming ridiculous, going around in circles. You either keep it or don't keep it. I mean, investigate, come back, and then think about it. Maybe. Let me decide. I'll come back to you tomorrow, this and that. Make a damn decision. Keep it or lose it. Right? Do not put up, after spending half an hour debating it, and then come back with an amendment to say, we'll investigate. What's the point? Might as well leave it, because when that thing comes back with the report, we can look at it again. Why did we spend half an hour for that? It's really silly. It's a waste of time.
Councillor Spencer, would you be looking to put up an amendment, or I know that you're obviously not in favour of what's up there, but would you be looking to put up an amendment, or just voting against what's up there?
Look, this is not my ward. I respect the ward councillors. My issue is waste of time. Going around in circles.
Councillor Nye?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a question for Councillor Spencer. Would you be happy if we voted on this amendment straight away, and if it were to fail, vote on the original motion straight away?
I think you should leave the original motion. If you want to keep the 3 car park spaces, then keep it. If you don't, then lose it. Right? Don't do things halfway. Look, I've known you for a few years. Either you keep it or you lose it. Don't waste time. Half an hour of my time, I could have been at home by now. Go one big circle and you can't make up your mind whether you want to keep it or lose it. And to answer your question, I think you should go back to the original one that you put up.
Councillor Nye?
I don't have any questions. I've got a statement, but I'm not allowed to give a statement, so I'll just leave it at that.
Councillor Kay?
Councillor Nye, would you consider going back to the original motion? Are we able to do that?
My preference is the original motion, because I believe it's possible. However, I think for the best interest of time, we just vote on this amendment. If this amendment goes through, we'll vote on it. If this amendment gets defeated, we'll vote on the original motion. And so then we're done.
Thank you.
Councillor Spencer?
I'd like to put up an amendment, if I may. Thank you. I read the code. I can.
You need to foreshadow an amendment.
Foreshadow.
That's all you got to say. Yep.
Thank you. The officer's recommendation. Just need a seconder. That.
Unfortunately, Councillor Spencer, we've actually dealt with the officer's recommendation. It was voted down.
That's correct. We
Unless
haven't
you,
dealt with the original amendment, right?
unless you wish to put up an amendment which included the officer's recommendation with a minor tweak. And I'll leave that with you.
If you could assist.
So without preempting things, if this amendment is lost, then you have your foreshadowed amendment, which we can then work
All right.
on. All right. So all those in favour of this latest amendment? No, the foreshadowed amendment hasn't even been come across. So all those in favour of the amendment, which is up on there, which is Councillors Kay, Taylor, Ward, Lennon, Nye and Taylor, that amendment becomes the motion now. We now have this as the motion, and somebody can move an amendment. Now you can move an amendment.
Did you say who's against?
I can do the against. I'll do the against. All those against the amendment. Councillor Spencer, Wheatley, Smith, Pettit. The amendment becomes the motion.
And
now
put the foreshadow.
Now we can now do an amendment, which would be the officer's recommendation.
Plus.
Plus.
Just need assistance with that. Thank you. And a seconder.
And plus 0.2 out of what's on the screen, which is retaining the 5 drop-off ones, which is crystal clear.
Could we have a look?
Councillor Spencer, you happy to put that in the amendment?
Oh, yes. Yes. I just need a seconder.
I'm happy to second that for expediency.
Thank you. I'll speak to it.
Absolutely, Councillor Spencer.
Excellent amendment. Please support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer, and I'm happy to reiterate those words. It's time to move on. Are there any further speakers with this particular amendment? All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Spencer, Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Pett. Those against? Councillor Kay, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ward, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Nye, Councillor Taylor. The amendment is lost. We go back to the original. Yep. So we just go back up to the one that was there where we're investigating. Yep, it's the investigation. Yep. So we're back to square one now. So we've dealt with Councillor Spencer, your amendment, which was unsuccessful. Now we go back to the motion, which is the investigate the 3 spots. And we know the result of the investigations. All good, crystal clear, so we're going back to investigating. Councillor Nye, what does investigate mean for the Director's purposes?
It means that when you update the public domain plan, that you will say that we are interested in having some short stay drop-off zone in this area, but you cannot fully guarantee it, and you will investigate that there may be up to 3 in this spot, and that the details will come through a more detailed design further down the line. And this is not unusual. Much of the public domain plan does not cover every single square inch of Linfield.
Director, does that make sense, or is that clear as mud?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, that makes sense, but that's not what it says. Because it says I've got to investigate it and presumably resolve it and finalise it because we've adopted it at B. But what Councillor Nye says is we're simply including a notation in the public domain plan that says we will investigate this as we do more detailed design.
So, Councillor Nye, you're not actually getting what you want. Would you care to amend it?
Public domain plan include a notation to investigate 3 short stay spaces, something to that effect.
I can't go back to the original motion, can I? Because...
No, it's been successfully amended, so you can't go back. All this for 3 spots, which we won't get out anyway.
Mr. Mayor, would the mover of the motion accept a minor change?
Can you let me know what that minor change is, and then I may incorporate?
I'm just wondering if we can do it that way.
Yep.
There's only been one speaker against it, which was Councillor Spencer, so there probably hasn't been sufficient debate to go past the point of no return. So, Councillor Taylor, you might want to expand.
Thank you. So, Councillor Nye, would you consider changing point 1 to say that Council will update the domain plan with an annotation saying that, and then delete that Council will investigate. Oh no, that's it. It's all right, yep. So we're just adding an annotation to the plan. Isn't that I believe what
Director Watson, does that make it a little bit clearer for you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, into 1 you add the public domain plan include an annotation saying that Council will investigate.
Thank you.
And then make all of that part of 1, and then it's clear that it's just a notation on the plan rather than concluding or carrying out and concluding the investigation first. So then you delete those words up the top. Yep.
Councillor Nye, you happy?
Yeah, this is fine. I'm happy to incorporate.
Are there any further speakers on this version, number 75? Councillor Nye, as mover of the original motion some 3 hours ago, would you like to sum up?
Thank you for putting up with this for the last 375 hours.
So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Councillors, would you enjoy a brief 10-minute recess? I'll move a motion. Seconded Councillor Kay. All those in favour? That's unanimous. We will adjourn for 10 minutes. councillors, thank you for that adjournment. I think everybody needed it. Recharge the batteries. We move on to GB 17. We'll just get that up on the board. And this was withdrawn by Councillor Lennon. Councillor Lennon, you withdraw that. Do you wish to move a motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I have delivered the text of the motion to staff, the amending motion, in lieu of the recommendation.
And we'll just wait till that comes up on the board.
I think much like Councillor Nye, I need to change we to I. We is not my preferred pronoun.
Can we actually get down to the recommendation, the moving bits? There we go. Beautiful.
So, I thus. Sorry.
Yes, because there's only one of you.
It's not the royal we. Or
unless it's
like that.
yes, ma'am. Councillors, I will let you digest what's up on the screen, and if we can make that large, because I can see councillors struggling to see it.
Since the amendment begins with a noting,
I'm just getting a few little furrowed brows at the moment as they read through it, Councillor Lennon, so... We all good with reading that?
Yeah, can I look at the preamble? Do you mind? Because it obviously may be relevant.
I'm sure Councillor Lennon might actually...
Or he would like to, Councillor
he will
Lennon,
probably...
would you mind reading the...
Well, I'm actually asking councillors to note that, so I think we should go back to the beginning of the text, if I may. I don't recall the words by heart. It's a quote from the Independent Chairman's report.
And before you commence, I need a seconder for that, which would be Councillor Ward. Oh, Councillor Kay, not quite quick enough. Councillor Lennon. Fire away.
Shall I give councillors a moment to read that? Or?
I think we're good to go, Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Earlier this year, in February, when this public hearing process through the Independent Chairman began, a resident contacted me, and the resident opposes the sale or the rezoning of the Gordon Bowling Club site, but felt that there was no point in making a submission. Submissions have been made in the past by residents, and this resident felt it's just procedural, council does what it wants. I forwarded that comment on to the relevant council staff who are involved with this process, and he told me that no, this is an opportunity for residents to be heard. This independent chairman's process involving submissions and consideration of those submissions by an independent chairman was essentially going to be a fair process. We now have the report of the independent chairman at the end of April, and I suggest that if council now proceeds with this rezoning in spite of that independent chairman's report, then the resident was right at the start of the year. There really is no point in making a submission to this council or to any supposedly independent process. I should say, in fact, independent process to my knowledge, because council will simply do what it wants to do. I've seen the same comment on social media of late, and that should be a great concern to us, because this independent chairman's report is quite explicit. As is quoted in the words that I asked councillors to note, this is calling upon us, council, to reconsider this rezoning. I understand from a particularly well-respected Ku-ring-gai resident this morning that this is only the second time, possibly, in the last 20 years in which such a report, such a process, has led to a questioning of a council decision. So this is extremely unusual. And it's a process by which not only did the independent chairman hear the submissions and hear the views of residents, which I should add was unanimously against this rezoning, but considered the facts. This is not only a decision of what the residents want, but is what reflects the well-being of residents and reflects council's policies. This is a part of the municipality that we have earmarked for the acquisition of public recreational land. And now, by the misfortune of the demise of the Gordon Bowling Club, the land is available. We own it. It's here. We don't need to buy abstract land in the future. We own it. All we need to do is to hang on it. Maintain the community use, which, as the report says, has been underway for some years. In the 4 years since the Gordon Bowling Club closed, this has become a public recreational area de facto. People use it. They play there, amateur sports, backyard sports, flying kites. This is a utilised public recreational area in a part of the municipality that we have earmarked for the acquisition of public recreational land. I think that's what was reflected by the independent chairman's report. In response to that, we have a staff recommendation, 800 pages or so, which doesn't really deal with the issues of whether it should be a public recreational land. It's a terrific sales document on proceeding to housing. But in terms of the fundamental notion of utilising this space for public recreational land, it's not very much said. What is said is that the area is prone to flooding, that it is contaminated. Well, it is, and I suggest that an area prone to flooding is probably better used as public recreational land than as housing. I suggest it is better that a park be flooded than the ground floor of anybody's home. There will also need to be decontamination whatever happens, whether it's applied to the cost of a purchaser of the land and thus set off from any proceeds of sale, or whether we retain it. There will be a cost incurred in some degree of decontamination. Thirdly, there are certain criticisms of the particular site that it's not ideal as a park, and it's not ideal as a park, but it's good, and we own it. And the independent chairman knew its limitations, but still proceeded to say we should reconsider this rezoning. I was very pleased earlier tonight when we talked about councillors declining to follow staff recommendations. Every one of us has at some point or another. We have a legal and moral duty to question, and sometimes to follow and sometimes not. The only reason given for this sale is money. But the balance sheet of council is not an end to itself. The balance sheet of council is the means by which we service the interests of the residents of this municipality. Residents should never be made subservient to a balance sheet. Balance sheets are subservient to the municipality, to the residents. I thus implore us to follow the independent chairman's recommendation and to follow the motion up here and not proceed with the rezoning of this land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon. Councillor Waters, seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't repeat everything that Councillor Lennon has said, but I concur. However, in addition to the chairman's report, there's compelling submissions made by many residents as to why this site should remain in public use. Further, there has been a number of ideas as to what this site could be used for, as well as drawing our attention to other councils' initiative to maintain such sites for public use. In addition, there has been some suggestions as to how the project could be funded once the council has decided what form this site will take for public use, which would be of benefit for their physical and mental health. Mr. Mayor, residents want MST to proceed. They love the theatre, but they do not want the public site, which is something that they really use on every day, on many occasions, to be sacrificed for MST. Residents would like both projects to go ahead. Mr. Mayor, I ask my fellow councillors today to consider the chairman's report and our motion here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. I'm sure there'll be other speakers on this matter. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, I might just put some questions through to the Director, if I may. Sorry, Director Watson.
He's at the ready there.
Director Watson, how much has it cost to get the site to the stage for sale?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Off the top of my head, I can't recall that figure, but it's several $100,000. It would have a 3 in front of it by now, I would suspect.
How long has it actually taken to get to this period of time?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, Mr Mayor.
That's all right.
This is the second iteration of a planning proposal, so we're looking again at close to 4 or so years.
4 or so years, okay.
Excellent.
Would you outline the reasons why this site is not suitable for a sports field? Hypothetically, what would it cost to develop the site into a sports field, what I've heard being thrown around of lately?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor. We do try to unpack that in the report, and we have put a figure much higher than is bandied around the community. Past experience would show us that a synthetic field of itself is several $1 million, probably with a 4 in front of it. And then there's a whole lot of other infrastructure, particularly on this site, road improvements. The building itself, depending on what facilities you put on the site, the building may have to come down and be removed and relocated, but certainly as it is, there's at least $1 million sign plus in front of renovating the existing building where it is, but it really depends on what you wanted to put back for what purpose.
So, can you just outline the reasons, though, why this site would not be suitable for a sports field, like we mentioned, synthetic?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor. In our report, we do various overlays of various size facilities. There's not a lot of space there. The hockey pitch, I think, was a good example. You'd effectively have high fences right up against the back fences of the existing owners, and not a lot of car parking space. So you would take up all of the space there for a full-size pitch, and you probably wouldn't be able to provide enough parking on site, as well as the other issues that Councillor Lennon alluded to, decontamination.
Is it fair to say that literally this particular block is surrounded by people's backyards and homes?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't mean to try and be funny here or facetious, but this is the classic case of NIMBY, not in my backyard, because originally this was people's backyards, literally. The only reason there is a bowling club is because people bought part of people's backyards. It's the only reason it's there.
Thank you.
Does this may go through, or does Council have funds to spend more money on this site if we were to retain it, as Councillor Lennon has put forward this evening?
Director, and I think that might actually include master planning of the site, etc.
Through you, Mr Mayor, at the present time, any adaptation of the site for any recreation use and any master planning is completely unfunded.
Okay. Are asset sales key to Council's budget and long-term financial plan to ensure financial sustainability to meet infrastructure renewals and 7-Eleven contributions? That goes through to Director Marshall.
Director Marshall?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council has quite a few financial challenges, including for infrastructure renewal, rising costs, capped revenue, increasing demand for services, development contribution changes on the horizon. And in addition to that, there is a desire for new facilities and renewed facilities. And because of that, because of all those challenges, the Council adopted a strategy to use asset recycling to fund some elements that would otherwise not be fundable, including the Marion Street Theatre, 22 million in asset sales. Infrastructure renewal, 36 million. Co-contributions to development contribution funded projects of 7.4 million. And property development reserve for our major town centres of 45 million.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Smith.
What are the implications of not meeting those financial criteria?
Director Marshall.
Mr Mayor, the most immediate implication is that some projects would not be funded and therefore would not be able to proceed unless alternate funding was found. In relation to the infrastructure renewal funding, if that doesn't materialise, then the infrastructure, which is the roads, footpaths, drains, will not have adequate funding, and possibly some of our projects funded from development contributions, like parks and facilities, won't have co-contributions, so they may not be able to proceed. So that, yeah, they're the implications. So we would either need to find alternate funding or not proceed.
Okay. So I did actually hear you mention, and I think that this should ring out very loud in the councillors, and in particular the Gordon Ward councillors, that the impact is what you've suggested would greatly impact Marion Street Theatre forever, anything moving forward with it, if this sale was not to go through.
Director.
Well, Mr Mayor, the Marion Street Theatre project is, in terms of our timeline of works, the next major one that would be proceeding and would require funding from asset sales.
And maybe just back through to Director Watson, the chairman that's put through this report, which I believe that he's seen his report in relation to the Gordon Bowling Club, he's looking at, correct me if I'm wrong, or actually no, I'll ask you the question. Is he aware of everything else that this council has to do and provide, or is he just looking at one item in isolation with not understanding what the impacts are for the entire council area throughout Ku-ring-gai?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I can't remember which briefing it was at, but I did talk about this particular issue, and I did allude to the fact that council wasn't obliged to be taking on board a chairperson's recommendation, and at that stage I hadn't seen his report or his recommendation. And what I said to the councillors at the time was, the chairperson is doing a very specific piece of review work under the Local Government Act, and he has to consider this many issues. And the reason council isn't bound to his recommendations is because council has to consider that many issues. And they go to some of the issues that you're asking questions about, and some of the issues that Director Marshall has alluded to in his answers to your questions. And he, in fact, didn't say you shouldn't do it. He said go back and reconsider it. But I would also say that, and it's very difficult to unpack this too much without going into confidential, Councillor Lennon did allude to this precinct being in an area that had been identified as being deficient in public open space. Well, there is in fact a standing resolution of council specifically in relation to open space in this precinct, and the chairperson wasn't aware of that because it's a confidential matter. So he wasn't even aware of all of the relevant facts because we weren't obliged or able to tell him about them.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Smith.
So I think what you're trying to explain to us is, as councillors here, we're here to be looked at and looking at our entire portfolio to see what the impacts are and decisions we're making here tonight and in the future, and what the future impacts are on the entire council, rather than just looking at an individual matter. But we've got to look at the individual matter, but look at what those implications are and the effects right throughout the whole of Ku-ring-gai Council's portfolio, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is ultimately what the council is here elected to do.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think that's a pretty reasonable summary.
Thank you.
Councillor Wheatley.
I have a few questions through you, Mr Mayor, to Director Watson. A number of residents have mentioned that the state government said that the council should retain the bowling site as it is. To your knowledge, or are you aware of any documentation or report that confirms this statement?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the state government gave us a gateway determination to allow us to go to exhibition on a rezoning to R2. So those two positions seem to be at odds to me. If the proposition you put to me was correct, we wouldn't have got a gateway determination to go to exhibition.
So then for the next question I was going to say was, is there a recommendation to have medium density on this site? The answer obviously is...
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Wheatley, councillors. Council did in fact originally ask for R3, medium density, and that was rejected, and we were told to go back and try again as R2, which we did. And we got a gateway determination on that basis.
Great. And one more question. Are there any public liability issues with the site as it currently stands?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I was unaware that the site was being used for mini-roos football until Councillor Lennon sent some photographs around a couple of months ago. I would say that we don't lease that space out, we don't rent it out, we don't actively encourage people to use it for active sports because we haven't done a risk assessment around it. I would say there's lots of structures that are inherently part of a lawn bowls facility that are probably dangerous to young kids, particularly sharp concrete edges that form gutters and things around the outside. There's lots of seats and structures that form tripping hazards. We did our geotechnical investigations, which involved digging quite large holes in the surface. Material didn't go back into those holes in the order in which it came out. Our geotech and contamination assessment was done on the basis that all of that material was all being removed. We didn't ask the question, what you got to do to rehabilitate the site for recreation use, but certainly the things that were discovered at various layers in the test holes that were dug didn't go back in the test holes in the same order that they came out. So there may in fact be material at different levels than what it originally sat before it was disturbed.
Okay, so to sum up, basically there's some serious public liability issues in regards to people currently using that site.
It's also relevant, Mr Mayor, I think that recently the operations staff had to go down and demolish a number of the outbuildings because they were being used for effectively drug-taking behaviour.
Okay.
Councillor Kay?
Okay, through you, Mr Mayor, to Director Watson. Just in relation to D on this motion here, staff investigating report to Council on means of funding the redevelopment of the Marion Street Theatre, including state and Commonwealth funding, private sector and philanthropy funding, and any proposals made to staff by Ku-ring-gai residents and bodies. Now, would that be usual practice for us? Would we not apply for grants for state or federal funding if they were available anyway that would fit into these umbrella? And I'll ask you that question first and then I'll put another one.
Yep, that's Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, as a matter of habit, we go for as many grants as we can, as often as we can. We're not always successful. We were asked some specific questions about that in some questions from Councillor Lennon in the last couple of days, and we provided some information about a particular grant program that's open at the moment from the state government, and that's the same grant program that provided funding for in the most recent round for Ku-ring-gai High School for hockey, and previously it was the grant round in which we were successful for the basketball courts. So out of that that particular grant program, and it's the biggest the state has ever run for sporting facilities, like in my memory. It's usually tens of thousands of dollars rather than millions of dollars. The current round is for shovel-ready projects only. They have to have a development consent in place, or if they don't need development consent, they need an REF, and they need to be at least 50% matched by the applying body. So in the case of this particular project, and that will be the last round before the next state election, we don't meet the criteria on a number of counts. The Commonwealth has traditionally given out smaller amounts of money, but nowhere near of the sort we're talking about. And again, they would be for shovel-ready projects, and they would be also matched funding. And the most recent example there was where we tried to relocate the federal, I can't remember the Office of Sport or Ausport or whatever they are, grant from Barra Brewery to, I think it was Samuel King, and we received certain levels of encouragement on that grant, and that was for about $600,000, and then we got rejected despite the fact they effectively helped us write the grant application. But I mean, they're for much lesser amounts of money. So that's the two grant programs, and you know, we've been over that private sector and philanthropic issue before. I've got nothing more to add on that than that hasn't already been said.
Okay, so just when we're talking about staff investigating report, you're basically saying that you apply for grants anyway. So does that become meaningless because we're doing it anyway?
Well, in fact, in terms of the current state application processes that are open, I answered that question in answer to Councillor Lennon a couple of days ago, and I have nothing more to add on that one.
Okay.
And there are no current Commonwealth grant programs available that I am aware of.
Okay, and just touching on the philanthropists, so we talk about the private sector and philanthropic funding. Are we still in contact with the philanthropists? Is the council staff still investigating those options? So,
I think we all know who it is. Yes, Director.
Sorry, I was just saying he has identified himself.
I believe so.
We
Yes.
can mention his name.
I have had no contact with him. I'm not aware any staff have had any contact with him since in excess of more than 12 months. His approach was through other channels than council staff.
so it wouldn't be us going out looking for philanthropists at the end of the day, or the private sector, it's more them coming to us? Is that correct?
Director, I think that's probably the way it's written, that they come to us rather than we go to them.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I don't have a good understanding of the background of the philanthropic approach that Marion Street Theatre, Save Marion Street Theatre Group proposed a couple of years ago. I mean, my role in this project has been to do the documentation, get a DA and do the design. The philanthropy issue, the private funding issue, the alternate sources of funding issue was addressed, unpacked and discarded before I took the project on, because it was not viable and led to a loss of control. And you know, as far as I'm aware, council isn't a charitable authority, so I can't give you a donation and get a tax write-off for it. So we're not the same boat as a registered charity.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment to this, and I've got it on a document. The amendment does seek to protect the Gordon Bowling Club site, but we'll wait for the amendment to come up first. So I move that Council does not adopt the planning proposal to rezone and reclassify land at 9 Pennant Avenue, Gordon. Council does not proceed with the divestment of land at 47 Lorraine Road, Roseville Chase, and the land be reclassified from operational land back to community land in accordance with Section 33 of the Local Government Act 1993. C, that staff investigates uses by other local councils of their former bowling club sites and report to council on use of these sites as multifunctional public, recreational and community facilities, including the potential for sports for the benefit of Ku-ring-gai residents. And I seek a seconder.
Seconded, Councillor Kay. You want to do the seconding?
Why not?
Why not? You've got your finger up, I saw that. Councillor Nye, just beforehand, I'll just let Director Marshall and the corporate lawyer.
So they'll probably talk about. We'll see.
This is basically received. You know who to blame. Righto, councillors. Councillor Nye, before I proceed any further, I'd like to refer to Director Marshall in regards to particular point B and get his take on that, whether it's a lawful motion or not. Director Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, point B deals with land at 47 Warrane Road and seeks to change a previous decision of council, but there hasn't been any notice that this issue may be considered on the agenda of the council meeting tonight. And on that basis, we do not believe that it would be a lawful motion. Notice would need to be provided. An alternative may be for the amendment to be modified that gives notice of a future motion that has the same effect, but probably could not be moved tonight.
Is that fairly clear, Councillor Nye?
That's fairly clear. I understand that the last decision was in April, so just slightly under 3 months ago. So that's part of the issue, right? So in that case, let's change the wording for point B to talk about giving notice that it may be discussed in a subsequent meeting. Actually, yeah, just continue for now.
Well, at this point in time, we actually don't have a lawful amendment, so we can't really...
So as in, like, continue with the amendment, like changing it to talk about giving notice that it will be discussed at a subsequent council meeting. So point B will be brought back to council, and we're voting on A and C, and then the original 2 points which were scared. Yeah, I know.
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After further discussion, the way that you would get this on the agenda of the next meeting, Councillor and I, is by lodging a notice of motion. So it can't be incorporated into this amendment. Alternatively, you could call for a report on the matter. That may be an alternative that suits you.
So calling it for report on the matter of point B. Okay, can we please do that then? I'm also just comparing this to the original motion for which point C and D wasn't really covered or given notice on in the lead up to this meeting either. So to me, point C and D of the original motion is similar to the dilemma we have here for point B of the amendment.
Councillor Nye, you do realise that the council staff will have to pretty much do that by Friday because that's when they're getting the next agenda done, so don't know whether that's possible. Although it doesn't say when, so it's not necessarily going to be on the next one.
It doesn't say when, so it's actually open-ended.
So council staff can take their time to do the report.
They may take their time. If you want to, we'll clearly define that we'd want it back by September. Ordinary meeting of council.
If you don't require it by next meeting, you can just leave it open.
What?
You can't do anything anyway at this point in time, so...
Sorry, point of order.
This will be interesting, Councillor Spencer. Yes, point of order.
Look at the heading. The heading of this amendment. Can we look at the heading, please, of the amendment? The heading. No, not that. The heading. Planning proposal for part 4, pen and F, and so on and so on. So you can't have B in there.
You're sort of referring to whether it again, it's not on the agenda, so I think that's why you're referring to it
So
not being. It shouldn't be dealt with at this point in time.
that's right. So if I may suggest, if you have something that is unlawful, then the entire amendment is unlawful. You can't just remove one section and say the others are okay. Does that make sense?
I think it does, and
A motion, it's either it's lawful or unlawful. If it's unlawful, then the whole motion gets taken off. And then if he wants to put up another amendment, or someone wants to put up an amendment, that's a different story. But the way this is written, it's unlawful and inconsistent with the heading. The whole thing should be rejected.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Corporate lawyer. I think you're.
I
think you're on the track.
I can cite past dealings before, past practices where the entire thing has been rejected.
Agreed. Corporate lawyer.
Mayor and councillors, the issue with the amendment as originally moved was not simply to do with this 3-month period for a rescission motion. It also relates to the fact that 47 Roseville Chase is not mentioned in the report that's currently before council. There's been no notice, ordinary notice of business of that nature. So in those circumstances, the pathways forward, which the Acting General Manager has already sort of canvassed, is that there could be an amendment that moves for the matter to be deferred to the following meeting, which would give any councillor time to lodge a notice of motion proposing additional business, or for a report to be provided to the following, a subsequent meeting, which in the past has most normally been done by way of a notice of motion calling for a report. So incorporating it into a resolution tonight in this manner would sort of short-circuiting what would normally occur. The fact that it's calling for a report and not actually making substantive decisions, I think, in terms of notice requirements under the Local Government Act, is probably acceptable, even if it's not perhaps usual path.
So we're saying point B in its current form is not unlawful, it's acceptable, but it's quite unusual. Is that the... The report before council does talk in general terms about asset recycling, and I think that's probably enough basis for council to call for a report on a specific matter such as this. Sure, and just to clarify, for the original motion, point C and D, would that have been treated in the same way, given that I understand we didn't formally mention Marion Street Theatre, but then all of a sudden it's appeared in the original motion?
Corporate lawyer? Or Director Marshall?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The funding of Marion Street Theatre is actually referred to in the report as being funded from asset sales.
Okay, sure.
Councillor Nye, you still have your light?
So let's go with this anyway. Let's have a vote on it, and then we can move on if this is defeated.
Councillor Nye, before we proceed, we haven't had a seconder yet. Seconded, Councillor Kay. Okay, Councillor Nye.
Thank you. I do believe that open space is a very important commodity here in Ku-ring-gai, as it is in any other part of New South Wales. This was especially highlighted during the pandemic, which happened started 2.5 years ago, when residents realised that no longer can they always assume they can drive out and visit some public space several kilometres away, that sort of thing. They want very local, immediate access to public recreation space, and not just any recreation space that, this is a park, tick the box, but a decent, adequate recreation space where they can actually kick a ball, go for a jog, do things like that. Since the pandemic, we've also had the increase of the working from home trend, and with that, residents have spent more time locally, and they expect to see local options of good quality open space. Now, of all the councillors here, I'm the one who's actually lived closest to the Gordon Bowling Club. I used to live in Killara, and I value the open space options that are provided for Gordon and Killara residents west of the Pacific Highway. I do believe it's important for us to retain the space, and likewise the same with Roseville Chase. For both of them, they're spaces which, once sold, it's very difficult to get back.
Point of order.
Please pause the timer.
Councillor Smith, point of order.
Are we talking about Gordon, or are we talking about Roseville Chase?
We're talking primarily about Gordon.
Should this conversation be about Gordon?
Councillor Smith, possibly not a debate with a point of order, but I think both Gordon and Roseville actually are mentioned in broad terms in A and B. So I think he's sort of sticking to the topic.
Thank you.
Now, I know that under our open space acquisition strategy, we set aside money, particularly Section 711 funds, to acquire open space for residents who are particularly in need of parks in their local area. And by parks, I know that there's a difference between some of the parks, recreation areas that we provide at the moment versus what our residents expect. So they expect a park or a recreation space to be somewhere where they can kick a ball, go for a jog, take the dog, that sort of thing. That's not always possible for some of the options that have been provided necessarily or used under the Open Space Acquisition Program. If in the future we decide that we need 10,000 square metres of land in Gordon, or maybe even Roseville Chase, it's going to cost us a lot more money to get that type or that amount of land back. Think about how much a simple block of land with a house, a really rundown house in Gordon or Roseville Chase costs, that's on 1,000 square metres. We're talking about at least $2 or $3 million here. So if we're talking about selling off 10,000 square metres in either of these suburbs, the cost, we know how much we expect to get if we sell it for R1, but if we were to plan to in the future get back 10,000 square metres in any of these suburbs, and I don't even care whether it's Gordon, Roseville Chase, Wahroonga, West Turramurra, like any place, I don't really care. Whichever suburb it is in Ku-ring-gai, it's going to cost us a lot more to get the equivalent amount of land for recreational needs in Ku-ring-gai than it is for us to sell it at what is being proposed as R2 land. Now, it is definitely, on point C, it is definitely worth seeing what other councils do. I've actually talked about this previously. The vast majority of councils do not sell their disused bowling club sites. The vast majority of councils out there in our peers, they either retain it for community and sporting use, or on the very rare occasion, and I'd say Lane Cove Council, they haven't sold the land, but they've actually granted a 99-year lease on the land. So that in the case of Lane Cove Council, after 99 years, the land reverts back to public use, and they don't have to go through the crazy costs of somehow acquiring 10,000 square metres of land. I do not believe that the right approach is to rezone and reclassify land in Gordon. I do not believe the right approach is to sell off Roseville Chase land at such a low price. I don't think this is what ratepayers expect us to do. I know that if we do end up potentially rezoning and selling, that it is quite likely that the potential buyer will be able to successfully upzone it and get a much higher uplift, and we will be laughed at and by residents. I do believe that there are other funding options for projects such as Marion Street Theatre. I'm hoping that we can explore this together as a council, but I've only got 3 seconds left, so please support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Kay as seconder.
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Councillor Alec Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to talk about Gordon, and what I want to say is this: the community is clear about this issue, crystal clear about this issue. The community does not want us to sell Gordon bowls. I think it's 191 of 194 responses to all the various public forums and everything have said, do not sell Gordon bowls. It is so clear that the community does not want us to sell this bowling green. It's not about that, right? The staff recommendation is not about that. The staff recommendation is about funding. It's about funding Marion Street Theatre, and it's about funding the long-term capital shortfall. We're not talking about what the community wants. The council in this term has not reconsidered how to fund Marion Street Theatre or the long-term capital shortfall. We had a planning workshop earlier in the year where we talked about various possible strategies for funding all sorts of different things.
Councillor Taylor, we're debating on the screen, not
absolutely.
not necessarily about
no.
workshops
Look,
and those
I'm
things.
absolutely there, but I'm absolutely talking about Gordon. I'm talking about why are we considering selling Gordon. We're considering selling Gordon not because the community wants it. That's why I'm supporting this motion. And I very strongly believe that we actually need to reconsider how we're going to fund Marion Street Theatre, which is also directly related to the retention of Gordon bowls. I think we need to rethink the strategies of the last term and consider how we will fund Marion Street Theatre and the long-term capital shortfall. I don't have an amendment. I don't have a foreshadowed amendment or anything. I'm willing to go with this because I think the community doesn't want us to sell these assets, and specifically Gordon bowls. And because my belief is that we currently have not committed to taking out a loan to fund Marion Street Theatre. And I suppose I have a follow-up question for David, Director Marshall. Is the loan for Marion Street Theatre currently in the budget?
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it is. But the result... So yes, the project and the loan funding is in the budget, yes. However, as a result of the council resolution from last month, until a report comes back to council, we're not proceeding with it. So we would not proceed to take out the loan or continue with the project until we report back.
Before I go to Councillor Lennon, without talking about site specifics, Director Watson, the various councils have mentioned losing 10,000 square metres of the bowling club site. Are there any plans, and what particular size are we looking at acquiring on the western side of Gordon for open space? Without going into confidential. Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is very difficult to answer that question without going into confidential. The last council considered a number of reports in relation to confidential reports in relation to acquisition and disposal of land. The two Roseville ward councillors late last week asked me some questions about a particular site in Roseville, and in the very same report to council in June last year there was a similar recommendation adopted by council in relation to a site in West Gordon.
Thank you, Director. So we do have plans in place to have new parks on the western side.
Yes, and this is the matter that I alluded to that the chairperson was not aware of and we were not able to brief him on.
Thank you, Director. So we do have plans in place for a different location, shall we say. So in regards to this particular site, if it was, Director Watson, if it was already residential, whatever shape or form it was, would council look at acquiring this location to build a park or recreation facility? Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Council is only acquiring, under the open space acquisition strategy, local parks. So we would not look at acquiring this site for a sporting facility. And in terms of the general criteria for a local park, this site does not meet those criteria.
Thank you, Director. So, following on from that, so we've never earmarked this location for a park. Just following that. So we're all crystal clear.
No.
No. Okay. I will be speaking against this particular amendment. Some further follow-up questions in regards to the Gordon site. Do we have any budget to master plan? And would it be, and is that unfunded?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it is unfunded, and you wouldn't proceed straight to a master plan because you don't know what you're master planning. You would do an options paper and a piece of community consultation around an options paper first on this type of project. In terms of timeline and cost, to do an options paper and a master plan and consult, you might be looking at an 18-month time frame, which is currently unfunded.
So if councillors were of a mind to proceed down to master planning either bowling club site, A, we don't have the funds and it's certainly going to take a long time to do. Should we go down that path? I've got no further questions at this particular point in time. Councillor Spencer, you're next on the list.
Thank you. I was expecting a very long question from you. I just put a Mentos in my mouth.
I did notice that.
So, firstly, I'm going to speak against this amendment for two reasons. I'll make it short. I'll start with B. It's another report. All right? It is not a decision. And if I'm not wrong, the report was done in April already, and we made a decision at the time to rezone that place. Am I right?
Director, I believe that is correct and we have resolved that way.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the decision in April was in fact to dispose of the site.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
So we've actually gone past the
yes.
rezoning and reclassification.
That's right.
We've gone to disposal.
That's
correct.
correct.
So
Mr.
that decision has been made, and B is coming back with another report. I do not believe that we are here to ask for report after report after report after report. So I can't support this. And second thing is about the Marion Street Theatre funding. I'm not talking about Marion Street Theatre because some councillors argued that the community wants it and we have to find another way to fund it. I can tell you this. I'm a ward councillor for Wahroonga, and the majority, nearly all of my residents, do not know where Marion Street is. They are certainly not interested in spending $28 million for a building. I'll tell you what they want in Wahroonga, and as well as in your ward, footpaths. Footpaths. Okay? Not a theatre. Footpaths. And the philanthropist, whatever you want to call him, he has identified himself as Dr. Wankart, and he said to me that this will not work. You need a theatre with at least 50 seats. Sorry, was it 500 or 50? 500. 500 and up. This will not work. All right? So for those two reasons, I cannot support this, and I have a foreshadow.
You've got a foreshadowed amendment?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Councillor Smith?
Mr Mayor, I might actually hold off just for the moment.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Councillor Lennon, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just confirm, we're now talking about Councillor Nye's amendment, not my original one.
Correct, yes.
I sympathise a great deal with those who wanted to keep the Roseville Chase Bowling Club in public use. I put a lot of time into that decision in February. I visited Roseville Chase. It was a tough decision, and if there was new information since then to revisit that decision, I would support it. But in the absence of new information, I don't intend to revisit a decision made in February. So my apologies for that. So I oppose this amendment because I do not wish to revisit a decision that has been made on Roseville Chase in the absence of new information, in the absence of new evidence. So thus I oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon. Councillor Ward?
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Spencer.
2-2.
Let me just confer with Director Marshall. Do we have two? We have 2 for and 3 against, so you're moving that the amendment be put?
Yes. Thank you. We only need 2, but we've got 3. So.
Indeed.
Any question?
Unfortunately. So, we're going to vote on that the amendment be put. All those in favour of putting the amendment? That is unanimous. So now we're going to vote on the amendment by Councillor Nye. All those in favour of Councillor Nye's amendment? That is Councillor Kay, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Nye, Councillor Greg Taylor against, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Ward, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Pettit. The amendment is lost. Councillor Spencer, you have a foreshadowed amendment?
Yes, I do.
All right.
It is the essentially the officer's recommendation plus some amendments.
Would you, if you've got those written, would you care to give them to staff, or are you just going to?
I can just tell them it's in the book.
Okay.
So if you look at
Nice and slowly, so they can follow you. Yep.
if you look at page 479. So we have the officer's recommendation, right? And then if we go to page 479.
We're all on 479. Yep.
All right. So I would like see if this makes sense. So in the second sentence, it says, first paragraph, second sentence, the Ku-ring-gai long-term financial plan and delivery and operations plans identify which projects to be funded from asset sales, full stop. So delete including and delete all the dot points. Right? Does that make sense?
Would you like that added into the recommendation?
Yes.
As a point?
Sure.
Whatever.
Just to clarify.
Yes. Yep.
But it has to be deleted from that thing too. Because it's no point putting in a recommendation and then you have a conflicting.
So really you're looking to add a point F to the officer's recommendation that...
Which page are you looking at, sorry?
So in the recommendations, page 485, 486, so you'd be looking to add a point F.
Yeah. But we still have to, again, I just mentioned that.
Yep.
We still have to delete those words from 479.
Yeah, which would put it into the recommendation.
So now we can come back.
Yep.
Sorry, I need a second.
One moment. Let's just get the correct wording for point F. So while this is just in part of the report, it's not actually within the recommendation. So if you want to take out those various, you can't really do it.
We can't take out those from the report. All right.
No.
So if we put in a recommendation, so the recommendation supersedes the report. Is that correct?
Director Marshall?
Mr. Mayor, yes, whatever is. Well, the recommendation is just the staff recommendation, which may end up something that is moved by a councillor.
So if you put the wording in F, for instance,
Yes.
that would supersede what's written in 479.
Yes, councillor, it would.
So you're looking to remove from the LTFP and DP and OP that asset sales, the projects are to be funded from asset sales, including these various ones. So you want to take...
Including in the dot points.
So we're basically removing from the budget the St Ives Sports Centre, Marion Street Theatre. Are you just talking about those two major projects? And before we get to that point, given that we've just adopted the budget,
Can we have a look at see how it reads? To be quite honest, I'm more interested in the last paragraph that after the dot points. The entire paragraph.
Okay, one moment, Councillor Spencer.
I think that's fair.
Yep. So you're looking to, if you want to call it, for want of better words, quarantine that the proceeds from, any proceeds from this particular sale do not go to those major projects? Is that what you're alluding to?
No.
Okay.
It could, but we're
Yep.
not earmarking it for those. Because look at the paragraph below F. I think that's pretty fair because it says municipal wide. If that makes sense. It's
Yep.
not. We're not suggesting that the money should go to Marion Street Theatre. Okay?
Is that sort of...
And if council so resolve to, in future, put the money to Marion Street Theatre, then so be it. But not at this stage. Am I making sense?
I think we know where you're sort of heading with this. Okay. We've just got to get the right wording. He's probably going to take that out.
Oh, sorry, okay. Yeah, it's worth noting. So when we bought the Bobbin,
Yep.
it would have been... Yeah, okay, fair enough. No, you can leave it there. It's just, doesn't matter. Just a bit of history.
Yep.
So any fish international...
So I need a second and that's okay.
Yep. Councillor Spencer, that we've consulted here with staff. That does make sense the way it is. So
Sorry?
it does make sense the way it's presented on the board. So we were basically saying that the sale is not earmarked for any specific purposes, which is what you're...
Correct.
Okay.
And we just confirmed in 479, we are not excluding anything as well.
Yep.
Right, so it goes to
Wherever. Yep. And we need a seconder for Councillor Spencer's. Second, Councillor Smith. We'll just wait till council staff are ready to rock and roll. Councillor Spencer.
So now the reason for this is because
Microphone. It's okay. It's a long night, I know.
the reason for this is quite straightforward. So I am not against Marion Street Theatre, the building. However, I am against spending $28 million for one building. Now, if we looked at the items here, it includes St. Ives Sports Centre, Marion Street Theatre as well. It's not been excluded. And then we look at roads, footpaths, and all those things, which are very important to my ward. People I've heard tonight spend a lot of time talking about Linfield, Roseville Ward, and Gordon Ward, and so on. What about Wahroonga? Wahroonga exists as well. All right, it's quite a big ward. I think it's the biggest landmass compared to all the other wards. We have the same number of people living there as with the other places, and they want footpaths. Now, Linfield has the most footpaths. We don't have footpaths. And here we are talking about a bowling club. If you look at page 478, it says, right, the site has been vacant, last paragraph, first sentence, I won't read the whole thing, the site has been vacant since 2018, no longer required, and so on. Now, this is very important. It is no longer required for its purpose. Now, there's a public perception and all those things there. Now, it also says that it is here, it says on the third line, it would not be simple or inexpensive due to contamination, flooding, drainage level changes and all that, to convert this into an open space or a sporting facility. Did I read that wrongly? No. Thank you. Looks like Mr. Taylor is the only one that's always disagreeing with me. So it's pointless to say, hey, look, we'll try and try and build something there, maybe an open space, multi-purpose facility, and all those things, when the report is already there. So are we asking for another report later on? No, because the report is already there. Read the report, okay? Because no point asking for another report, and then you don't read it again, and then it comes back again. Now, if B, for instance, would rescue, if it was lawful and all that, to rescue the St. Ives Chase and all that, I would have supported it. But no, that's another report, and therefore I moved this foreshadow. Now, the community. People talk about community. Which community? Which community? If you look at the last paragraph there in the foreshadow, it says municipal-wide. Those people are talking about community where? A bunch of people coming here to say we want to save this site, and the same bunch of people that say, hey, look, I want Marion Street Theatre as well. So you want to save this site in Gordon, and then you want us to borrow $28 million and perhaps, possibly, put our financial ratios into a mess, and possibly end up, in receivership. I do not know. So we're talking about $28 million plus at least $1 million or around $1 million every year for one theatre. I don't think that's fair. I think it currently in this form it is quite fair. We can put a little bit into Marion Street Theatre. Now look, St. Ives Sporting, the basketball centre, that one has, I can't remember how many members, 8,000 or 6,000, I can't remember. So a lot of people want that. Marion Street Theatre, I still have 1 minute. Marion Street Theatre, how many people want it? What, 40, 45, thereabouts? If you can find 100 people that's interested in the Marion Street Theatre, I can tell you half of them do not live here, okay? Even if they do live here, it is still about 100 or so. But footpaths, I have 16,000 residents in Wahroonga that's calling for footpaths. 16,000, and it costs less than $28 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Who seconded it? Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith as seconder. Do you wish to speak at this point?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
That's okay. Councillor Lennon?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So we are now debating this foreshadowed amendment, so we're looking ahead.
Yes, this is it.
Foreshadowed amendment really does spit in the eye of the people of this municipality. This is really saying don't bother making a submission to any inquiry. Don't bother liaising with the councillors. Don't bother orally or in writing submit to an inquiry into a council decision, because it's going to be thumbed in your face. And not only does this, in the first item, kick the residents down, but then proceeds to get way ahead of ourselves. This is an evening in which we are considering the reclassification of the Gordon Bowling Club site. And we're getting miles and miles ahead of ourselves in terms of selling the site and what might happen with the money. This is not a discussion about footpaths. This is not a discussion about even Main Street Theatre, except that it has been connected in some people's minds. This is an evening in which we look at the former Gordon Bowling Club site, an area which has been utilised for 4 years now by the locals as their public recreational area. If Councillor Spencer would like us to talk about Wahroonga Ward, then by all means let's put up a motion by which a park in Wahroonga Ward is sold, because then we'll be talking about Wahroonga Ward to your heart's delight. So I oppose this motion absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon. Do we have any more speakers? Councillor Smith.
Okay. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions in relation to Councillor Spencer's foreshadowed amendment. Basically what Councillor Spencer is put here this evening, rather than just sort of try and, as the report does, sort of, stating that this is where the funds are looking at going and so forth. It's basically the money's going to go back into a pot, let's put it, and then we can look at each item where we believe the funds should go to next. So it's not that anything's actually being removed or isolated. Basically what it is, it's just dealing with this matter on its own, of which, I do believe Councillor Lennon has been wanting to do, and just looking at purely the sale and the funds only on this particular item, and then what the council does moving forward happens. If I got that correct?
Director Marshall, so basically the question would be that if we do dispose of this particular site, the council can decide how they wish to utilise said funds. Is that what you're after, Councillor Smith?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, that's correct. If this site was disposed of, it would always be open to council to decide upon how it uses the funds.
Thank you.
So just following up on that, Councillor Smith, and to Councillor Spencer, so if council was of a mind, they could have those funds and allocate them to footpaths, they could do it to the Linfield Village Hub, they could do it to drains, they could do it to wherever they so desire, wherever they see fit to best utilise those funds. And I'm sure all wards would love more footpaths and more drainage, which we've had a huge number of emails about overflowing drains and curb and guttering and all those basic things which people love to have fixed. They're not sexy, they're not the big, glossy Facebook post or whatever, or the news story, but they are those sort of things, those basic things that people want done. They want footpaths, they want curb and guttering, they want drains that work well so their properties aren't flooded. So that's what would happen to the funds. We get to decide how best to spend those for the entire LGA. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A nice segue to my question to Director Marshall. Director Marshall, if we do sell those assets, what are our priorities currently to fund?
Director Marshall.
Mr Mayor, the The projects in our long-term plan at the moment includes the Marion Street Theatre project, infrastructure renewal, co-contributions to development contributions plans, and property development reserved for major town centre projects.
So would it be right to assume that the first cab off the rank would be Marion Street Theatre to fund if we sell or rezone the Gordon Bowling Club?
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It may be, unless other... Sorry? Yeah, correct, yeah. There may be other assets that have been sold first that might fund the Marion Street Theatre. And in addition to that, before we proceed with that project anyway, we would need to report back to Council, which would give Council another opportunity to consider the project and where the funding was coming from.
But isn't it correct that Marion Street Theatre is ready to go? The plan is 90% finished? And we are really stuck because we don't have the money and we cannot borrow because we do not have anything else to support our borrowings?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the project is almost ready to go, that's correct. And Council, when the budget was adopted, resolved not to proceed with a loan because, until a report was brought back, but the discussion was certainly around whether or not Council had confidence to proceed at this point in time in the absence of asset sales having progressed somewhat.
Okay, so we did the whole round about it now. If the Council did not have any plans earmarked for Gordon Bowling Club in the park, then we just left it there and the residents have come up with a plan or they want it to stay as a park. Why is it we would want to ignore residents' request to keep that as a park? To the appropriate director, Mr. Mayor.
Director Watson, I think this is your ballpark.
Mr. Mayor, again, we're straying into that confidentiality issue. Council has identified another site in Gordon for a park. And the community, until today, didn't necessarily know that. And the chairperson doesn't know it when he wrote his report.
Well, that's an interesting point. Thank you, Director Watson. So why did we hire or engage an independent person to review that site when we had no intention of taking on board whatever he or she said?
Director Watson, I think that's possibly part of the process, but I'm sure you'll be able to expand on that.
It is part of the process, but in the same way councillors don't fetter their discretion when they walk into the chamber, I had no preconceived ideas about what the report was going to come up with, what it looked like, what it would recommend. So no, it isn't a waste of time to make a submission, and I didn't know where this was going before I started, but certainly it provided no compelling reason for me to change a long-standing position of this council to rezone this site. There was no compelling new material presented in that report of which the staff were unaware.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, so the report has come back. We all know what it says. And the residents still want it to be a public park. Why is it we would not want to listen to the residents? After all, we're here to serve the residents. Why would we want to go out and buy another asset when we have a perfectly good asset for a park? Why would we spend more money on acquiring assets somewhere else when we have a perfectly good park that we may have to spend a bit of money to do up for the residents who want it in that area?
Director?
I think the issue is what you understand by perfectly good. I don't understand it to be perfectly good. My staff don't understand it to be perfectly good, particularly when we lay it up against other alternatives. There is a standing resolution, and we went over this at the last council meeting, to convert the Gordon Golf Course to a regional park. There is land in Jimerick Street for a park. There is another site being identified in West Gordon for a park. You don't need the bowling club and all of these other parks as well.
Thank you, Director Watson. Mr. Mayor, I just have one more question. No, I acknowledge it's not a perfectly good park, but what I meant by that, there is a site there which is clear to do something as a park. You mentioned the property in Jumeirah Street. How long has that property been there to convert it into a park?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as the two ward councillors would be aware, that it is a standing resolution of a number of councils to move the park up the hill when the Gordon hub is developed. So there is no current position of this council to build a park in that location. It comes up the hill to where the current council car park is.
So was that asset purchased for the purposes of park?
Director?
It was, and previous councils have made the decision to provide, in exactly the same way they did down at the Linfield hub, to provide a park of equal space in a different location. But ultimately the plan for Gordon is to provide a park at least of the same size as the land bought down the hill, and that is a completely valid position, and council has taken that path elsewhere.
You mean the former council?
Former councils, I would imagine, more than one.
Many former councils. I think those decisions, Mr. Mayor, were 2015. So these aren't new decisions, but they are long-standing positions reflected in both adopted local environmental plans, public domain plans, and development control plans. So we are not talking about new policy that's, in the bottom drawer. We're talking about policy that has been through a number of phases and iterations of full public consultation.
Thank you, Director Watson, and thank you for indulging me. It's just that I'm trying to ascertain what have we done, and we do have other properties, and is there an opportunity for us to be looking at other areas? So thank you.
In response to that closing comment, Councillor Ward, we do have the three properties out the back. If councillors were of a mind, they could convert those three properties to a park if they so desired to. And that would only require a NOM, and away we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and this is one of the reasons why some of my fellow councillors have been looking at the various assets the council has, so that we as councillors can have some input into the assets we have and work together with the council staff. Thank you.
Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak against this foreshadowed amendment, which I believe is just an amendment now. I've already stated most of my reasons in a previous speech, so I won't repeat my reasons why I am against the potential rezone and sale of the Gordon Bowling Club. But I'd also like to state it's about the location. I mean, sure, yeah, we could convert three properties on Jumeirah Street into a park in Gordon on the west side of Pacific Highway, but how close or how far is it from those who need it the most near the existing, the former Gordon Bowling Club site? It's still quite far away. Residents still have to traverse a significant distance up hills, along the dangerous highway, all sorts of things. They'll have to drive, they'll have to walk. In my case, I had to push a pram. It's very far away, so I don't think it's fair to just compare one site in Gordon and then say, therefore, we can sell another site in Gordon. It's not that simple. Now, I do hear of some frustration from particularly Councillor Alec Taylor. We've talked about before various options, and I won't detail it because it wasn't confidential, but we've talked about options to fund various things in council. My personal conviction is that we can build the Marion Street Theatre, we can build the St. Ives basketball or courts, we can save 2 bowling clubs or even 1, whatever. We can catch up on our infrastructure backlog and footpaths, but there are other ways to fund all of that. And what my personal disappointment is that we haven't explored that thoroughly. We've just gone piecemeal. Well, let's sell this, hopefully we'll pass it, and then we'll piecemeal that. There is a way forward. We haven't explored it. We've discussed a lot of it in confidential, and that's why I'm not going to explore the details now. But just to close off, I understand we have 2 for and 2 against now on this amendment, so can we please confirm that and decide whether or not we should put it to a vote?
Currently, we don't have 2 for, 2 against. We have 1 for it and 2 against. Before we get to that particular point in time, Councillor Nye, you did mention that you were probably the most closest to the old bowling club site. Were you ever a member of the bowling club when it was active?
I was not a member, but I would always seek open space options near where I live.
Councillor Ward, were you ever a member of the bowling club?
No, Mr. Mayor, but I don't have to be a member of a bowling club to frequent a bowling club site.
So does that mean you attended there and had lunch, dinner, drinks, barefoot bowls?
No, I didn't have lunch, dinner, drinks, but I go there for walk almost every day. It's been closed for 4 years, I can't have things then.
So prior to it being closed, did either of you ever use the site?
I think I went there for a birthday or two. I can't remember, don't quote me on it, but it's been a while.
That's okay. I'm sure probably the best thing would have been for all locals to have supported the bowling club while it was active at both locations. That's the best way to save the open space. Anyway, and councillors, we have heard that everyone wants a park close by, wherever they are, regardless of what ward they're in. Can I suggest if those residents want a park close by, that they buy a property close by? That's probably the easiest way. And everybody wants a dog park as well too. Think about that. Everybody wants everything to suit. You know, if you want to go for a swim at the aquatic centre and you want that one close by, then buy close by. Fairly logical. We have heard that we do have other sites on the west side for potential parks. Not necessarily the golf club, but other sites have been identified. We have just got down the back here, which can proceed should councillors be of a mind to do that. Currently, we have no funding to convert a disused bowling club to anything. We don't have 10 million. Nobody's actually addressed that, apart from saying, oh, let's go and look at it. Let's go out to state government, federal government grants, which we know we're not going to get. We're actually potentially looking at going out to residents for their ideas how to fund it. Perhaps if those residents, again, had have supported the bowling clubs when they were active, we wouldn't be having these discussions, would we? They were very active green open spaces. You didn't necessarily have to be a member to go down there and enjoy the facilities. But the community didn't support it. They let those bowling clubs die. And other bowling clubs within the area can potentially die if the locals do not support them. So I would suggest councillors, the best way to save bowling clubs from being rezoned and reclassified and disposed of is to support them before they die. Now, I've heard all the various arguments why we should retain it. However, is there a compelling reason to do it? From a safety perspective? No. Do you want unapproved mini-roos games being played on bowling rinks? Trip hazards? Not over the edges? Have you noticed all the concrete bases for all the old seats there that line every rink? Could you imagine some 6 or 5 year old running around kicking a ball there, playing mini-roos? They don't watch where they're going, they just follow the ball. Hit the edge of that bowling rink, green, straight into one of those concrete bases for the seats. How good will that look to council? Should we remove all those trip hazards? Absolutely. Do we have contamination on the site? Yes, we do. Director Watson, do we have asbestos on the site? Or?
There was asbestos found in the test holes, yes, Mr Mayor, as well as a few other heavy metals and other things.
Yep. Do you want kids playing in asbestos sites? I challenge any councillor that really wants our future generations playing on asbestos contaminated sites. Is that responsible? Doubt it. It's not a real nice disease.
Point of order.
Yep.
I very rarely do this. I believe you're misconstruing what a number of councillors' positions are on this matter.
Again, point of order in regards to the code of meeting practice. Is there any?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but I do know that in the code of meeting practice there is something about misconstruing the intentions, the messaging, etc. of another councillor. I've never really pulled anyone up on it, but today I felt like I had to use it. And I'm surprised it was against you, not against Councillor Smith.
I don't actually believe that I mentioned any councillor's name there, so let's move along. So councillors, it's really up to you to decide what's best to do with the site. To retain it as is, with no funding to convert it, or proceed to rezone and reclassify. And I'll leave it at that. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm actually in support of Councillor Spencer's, what he's put up there this evening. I think what we've got to look at here, we're selling an old, disused bowling club. We've got to remember that. That's what it is. It is an old, disused bowling club. We're not collecting the money, putting in the coffers, sharing it around, spending on the staff, upping anybody's wages or anything. What we're actually doing is we're going to be recycling the asset and delivering an asset that the community needs and wants, that this council and prior councils has made a decision to do. It's difficult, I understand, for the ward councillors when they're faced with the community on what they would want to keep, but at the same time it's up to us as councillors to see past that and to see what we're doing for the greater of Ku-ring-gai, not just for the residents directly around it. We've got to make some pretty hard decisions at times what we believe is going to be a better outcome for Ku-ring-gai. So I believe what we've actually got up here this evening, I think that this will go towards what needs to be done so that we can be fit for the future, deliver the assets that we've said, even this council, in one of the very first meetings said we were going to do. It was a can-do council, and we're going to move forward. So I think it's, at least we're moving forward in the right direction. So I'd ask you to support this evening. Thank you.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, in your comment, you stated that, we're looking for around $10 million to be able to do this. How do we know this figure?
Director Watson, I believe that's in the report, that figure.
It is, Mr Mayor, bearing in mind that we had to do back-of-the-envelope costings for a number of options. They're all subject to detailed design, to options, and to proper costing. But, we were talking about synthetic fuels, and councils all know what synthetic fuels cost because we're involved in a couple of them at the moment. And they didn't have bells and whistles and add-ons. They were, had quite large multi-million-dollar figures in front of them before anything else was done. The road access to this site is particularly poor. There's off-site impacts. So I think you could very quickly spend, $8 to $10 million is the range we put on doing something proper on this site.
Well, thank you, Director Watson. It's encouraging to know that you've actually, or the council has actually looked at it to do something in the way of a park. Is that a correct assumption on my part?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the report explores a number of options. I think we explore 5 options, finishing on page 545. So, yes, we did look at alternative options. We looked at a full-size soccer pitch, which doesn't fit. We looked at mini-roos, we looked at netball basketball options, we looked at futsal, and we looked at some community space with mixed-use options. So, yes, we did look at other options, and yes, we put some ballpark back-of-the-envelope figures on them, not knowing exactly what was involved. But it's not the couple of $1 million that the community is saying this site would cost. It is multiple times of that.
Yeah, no, I am aware of other councils reverting their bowling clubs into public open space, and they've done some wonderful things, so that's why I was interested. Mr Mayor, you also indicated there was asbestos on the site, and if there is, and if we're aware of it, is that dangerous?
I would imagine that asbestos, I don't think there's any safe asbestos, Director Watson.
It's on that building site.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to this point in time, Council's direction has been to remediate the site by removing all of the contaminated material and converting the site to residential housing.
So at the moment, Mr Mayor just alluded us to the fact that there are kids there playing soccer or whatever, but there's asbestos on that site.
Through you, Mr Mayor, in relation to an earlier question I was asked about risk assessments and things like that, we haven't done a risk assessment because we're not actively encouraging or indirectly encouraging anybody to use that site at all.
Okay.
It should have a demolition fence around it.
So my fellow councillor here spoke about the risks associated with having asbestos and everything else. So there's a risk there for us, and we know that this is there. Should we be doing something about that park so people are not affected in any way?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, like I said, Council's strategy to this point in time is to remediate that site by removing all of the material, and Council is not encouraging anybody to use that site. If you want to use a council facility, you book it and pay for it. Nobody is booking it and nobody is paying for it, and nobody should be there.
So it's an open space, and we own it. And people will just go there because it's an open space.
Mr Mayor, I'm not going to answer that question because I'm going to throw some...
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't manage Council's open space. I am working on a particular project which involves getting rid of the problem by remediating the site.
Thank you, Director. You did allude there that possible best option would be to have the site fenced off and no access. Is that an opportunity for us to ensure that our residents are kept safe and not use a site that which we feel is inappropriate?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I might have a conversation with the Director of Operations in the cold, hard light of day tomorrow.
Okay. Perhaps the Director of Operations might care to comment on a similar sort of question.
Mr Mayor, I might have a conversation with the Director of Environment and Strategy tomorrow.
Or 15 minutes' time, whichever comes first. Yes. Councillor Kay.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Director Vanassi, a fence of this size, how long would that take to erect, and what would be the cost behind this, and how soon could we do this?
Director?
Through Mr Mayor, a fence of this size will be a fixed chain wire fence. It'll be done within a day, but it's just a matter of going through the procurement process to find a contractor and the availability.
Could we use temporary fence hire to start off with until we actually procured it?
Through Mr Mayor, yes, that can be arranged as well, depending on Council's urgency on it.
Thank you. Director Watson, I can see your finger wiggling there. Perhaps you're looking to add something? Yes. Yes, we're actually asking questions in regards to it. Yes.
So fencing has something to do with this amendment.
Councillor Kay, are you happy with your questioning?
My questioning is back to the safety issue. Safety is all our responsibilities of our residents, and I would imagine that Director Banasif, now that you know that this space is being utilised, would this not be something classified as urgent?
Director?
I visited through you, Mr. Mayor. I received an email during the week regarding the maintenance of the turf and the mowing required at the old bowling club. And upon my visit, there was a woman exercising her dog on site. But amongst that, I noticed a number of trip hazards. I noticed a number of overhead hanging metal bars, which were off the old marquees, I suppose, if that's what they're called. We have removed, like the Director of Environment Strategy mentioned earlier, we have removed a couple of sheds because of antisocial behaviour. We've boarded up the building. There is a large portion of the building which is still exposed with glass, and it's only a matter of time before that's damaged and can cause injury to people. But there has, so through that preliminary investigation or assessment, it can be defined as urgent. A more detailed assessment will be undertaken if council chooses to fence it off. But from preliminary site meeting on site with the manager of infrastructure services at the time, there were a number of safety issues that were identified.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Have we had 2 for and against at this point?
Indeed we have.
I'd like to put the motion.
So we're putting that amendment up there.
The
All those in
amendment.
favour of putting the amendment? That is unanimous. So we now vote on the amendment, whether we pass that or not. All those in favour of Councillor Spencer's amendment? That is Councillor Spencer, Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Pettit. Those against? Councillor Kay, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Ward, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Nye, Councillor Greg Taylor. That amendment is lost. So we now move back to Councillor Lennon's original motion and debate that. Councillor Taylor, your light's still on, or you wish to?
Beg your pardon. How many for and against have we had, Mr. Mayor? 2 for and none against.
We've had none against. Yep. I might just ask a few questions in regards to this particular motion. In point C, that staff investigate and report to council on the various state, federal, etc., etc. But nowhere there does it actually say that we're going to put any money to redevelop the site. Is there, Councillor Lennon, are we actually asking council staff to find us a way for council to fund it, or are we asking for other funding sources as opposed to asset sales or rates or those sort of things?
Well, we're looking to collect information. There was some correspondence between a resident and Director Watson about a year or so ago when Director Watson quite rightly said he was not investigating some funding options because of the current resolutions. If we pass resolution A, then it becomes open to council staff to investigate funding options. C is about collecting information and reporting to us about what might be out there.
Shouldn't he stand up?
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
That's okay, it's late in the evening, it's all right.
Gets harder and harder to stand up as the evening wears on. So yes, we're looking to collect information, we take it as read that there's almost certain, I dare say certain, that any funding elsewhere will fall short of the full amount required, but at least we are collecting information.
In point C, so we're asking residents to come forward to give us funding options and proposals?
We're not asking. We already have had residents come forward. At the public forum last week, we had this mentioned. In the past, we've had this. We have residents putting up their hand, saying that they want to present ideas to us. We simply invite staff to consider them. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon. Director Watson, is this normal practice where we have residents saying this is the way you should fund the site? Or these are the opportunities that council should be taking on board? Or that they're potentially going to fund it themselves?
I'll just correct something, Mr Mayor. I don't think anyone is saying what we should be doing. They're simply offering opportunities and options to council. Nobody's trying to impose anything upon council or upon council staff. They're simply ideas for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon. But is this normal practice, Director Watson?
Difficult to answer that question, Mr Mayor. I don't recall the specific correspondence from last year that Councillor Lennon's referring to. Lots of people have lots of ideas, but it's a question of whether they're practical or whether they deliver meaningful outcomes. And that's certainly not always the case, no.
So if this motion is passed, how will council engage with residents as far as funding proposals are concerned? Are we going to ask them, or are we going to wait for them to come to us? As you see how it's written.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I imagine I would have to go in and somehow solicit ideas from people, because the answer to the first part of C is point in time only. What grants are available today may not be available tomorrow, so it's not something you could leave open for a long period of time. The information I provided to councillors in one of the many memos issued in the last couple of days was about the current state government sporting facilities grant. That's only open until September. That's for large amounts of money, but as I said earlier, it's for shovel-ready, project-ready, 50% funded projects, and that program has never been offered prior to the first round when we got the money for the basketball courts, and that program finishes and won't be recommenced in any form at all prior to the next election, state election. There are currently no federal funding programs available at all that I'm aware of that deliver money for this type of program.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Smith. You're getting good exercise tonight.
Mr Mayor, I think I need it at the moment, but this motion is concerning. I think it's quite clear that if we are to go down the avenue of what has been proposed here this evening, we're just not going to deliver anything. We just will not be able to deliver the assets. We will not be able to deliver the things that we've promised to the community. And I think point D, where staff investigate to report to council on means of funding redevelopment of Marion Street, is a bit of an out for the Gordon Ward councillors, because here this evening, Gordon Ward councillors and others are literally putting the death knocker on Marion Street Theatre. And I really believe that by point D is doing this, is by saying, oh well, we're trying to, we want to look at it, but we want to keep hold of this old bowling club, which it's just not possible to do. It's not possible for us to even deliver the things we've already promised. It's going to affect everything else that we're doing. It's going to put this council into some sort of financial position, which if we continue down the path, I think we'll end up somewhere like Central Coast Council. I'd like to ask a question. A person I haven't asked a question this evening is Councillor Greg Taylor. Greg Taylor, you are a councillor that is in very support of the arts, and what has been put up here this evening is a guarantee that there will be no funds possible for Marion Street Theatre. So you've been here this evening giving us quite a lecture about Marion Street for young people, but certainly not interested in where they can play. So have you got any interest in providing a theatre in Ku-ring-gai?
Councillor Taylor?
Yes, I do, but I believe that we can fund Marion Street Theatre without the sale of this site. We got presented last meeting with a formula for that, and I think that we should be following that rather than just selling all of this off.
Well, it's good to see Councillor Greg Taylor's got some fantastic ideas that we haven't heard of yet, but I suppose it's a bit unfair on Councillor Taylor is because he's quite new into council. I would like to ask the question next to Councillor Nye. Councillor Nye has been in this council for 5 years, approximately 5 years. Has understood the path we're moving forward on recycled assets, and at what point have you put something forward that is concrete in the sense of being able to sell assets, recycle assets and move forward and do what we need to do?
Councillor Nye?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just checking the time, 11:57. Okay. I have had conversations with a number of councillors privately, exploring options to fund both of the major projects that we seek to build, while also meeting our needs for the infrastructure backlog and not selling the bowling clubs. I have yet to put a notice of motion forward because I think such a notice of motion needs to be crafted carefully. I'm also of the view that I do not like to put notice of motion forward if it's just sort of like waving a flag. I'd like to build up support within the body of councillors before something like that proceeds. We have had a number of opportunities to discuss alternate funding options. We have yet to agree on a portfolio of measures in order to achieve our goals. I'm also looking at Section 18 of our Code of Meeting Practice, wondering what's going to happen when we hit midnight.
Councillor Smith?
So it's interesting that Councillor Nye, all of a sudden, at the 11th hour, just before the clock strikes midnight, he's got these ideas. They haven't been here for 5 years, but he's speaking to some special councillors around the place. He's coming up with all these wonderful ideas. Well, I would just like, I would like an explanation on how we can move forward and deliver everything that we need to deliver, including the backlog, if we can't deal with old assets that are derelict and that we're trying to sell and we're trying to deliver. As we've heard here this evening, we're trying to deliver parks. We've got different areas, different locations, better locations, but we just want to hang on to the old assets and not deliver anything.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I believe that could be a question to you, Councillor Nye. Was that a...
It's not a question, it was a statement. It was a question.
I've never actually said that I am against selling anything and everything. I do believe that selling some disused assets is part of the solution, but I do not believe that selling these two bowling clubs in its entirety at the value of R2 is the solution. So I just to state that, just to clarify everything, because I believe that I was being misrepresented. Are we at midnight yet? According to that clock we are, so what are we doing now?
Councillors, we have reached the midnight mark, and that we have not finished the business paper. Councillors, as we have passed midnight, there are two options: that we defer consideration of the remaining items of business on the agenda to the next ordinary meeting, which is this one and the noms, or we adjourn the meeting to a time, date and place fixed by the chairperson. Given how important this particular item is, I am quite of a mind that we defer consideration of this and the remaining items to the next ordinary meeting of council. And therefore, the meeting is closed.
No, you need to move. You need to move and do you need to move and get a seconder? All right, yeah.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't need it.
Adios. That's right. I just. That's good.